Uh, I'm here to go through Punishing Grey Raven's second new story chapter in this integrated version. This one being Stars Ensnared, which, as you can see from this art, is mostly focused on Luna, a character who we haven't really gotten to do much with in a while. She's been very off-screen and out of focus for a long time. But now she's getting a new frame, Oblivion, which is kind of a significant frame because it brings both a new element and a new class into the game. There's the Nile element and the Annihilator class, both of which are used by Luna's Oblivion frame. I'll also just say, before I get started, I'm still having issues with my mic, so I apologize if some of the things that I say get cut off. They probably will be, unfortunately, but I'm gonna do my best. And also, sorry that I ended up getting started kind of late, but like I said on Twitter and Blue Sky, I did have some engagements that I needed to get through. In particular, I did a job interview earlier today, and it really stressed me out. And honestly, I'm still feeling a bit of that residual anxiety. But I'm hoping that going through this story chapter can really help take my mind off it a bit. So, without further ado, let's get started. And I guess, very quickly,
please stay a little longer.
Before I enter the story, let's look at Luna's new frame, Oblivion, particularly because it introduces the new element and new class that I mentioned earlier. So the new element that we have here is Nile. Triggers the immediate collapse of matter in the target area based on the interference on essential information of them to deal fundamental damage to the enemy. The essential information bit is kind of interesting because... Oh, hi, Cole! Hi! How are you today? I hope you're having a good day. Right now, I'm explaining the new element and new class that Luna's frame bring to the game. So we've got her new element, Nile, which basically interferes with essential information of the target to cause an immediate collapse of matter. On the Chinese server, this element was referred to as void. So I think it's easiest to think of as just fundamentally destroying something. And I also think it's interesting that they use the phrase essential information, because we've learned through the course of the story, quite recently actually, that the nature of the punishing virus is information. So it's interesting that now we have characters using information to cause damage, possibly in a similar way to how the punishing virus does it. And also we've got her new class, Annihilator, focused on integration, can convert allies' damage to all elemental types. This is a bit of a misnomer, because it doesn't actually convert the allies' damage types. I can show you through the skills. Here, this is the Annihilator class skill. And what it does is not actually change damage types. First, it increases extra damage bonus, similar to an attacker construct, but then it also says elemental resistance reduction and damage increase applied by any member will become universally effective for all elements. So it doesn't actually change the damage type that your allies are doing. Instead, it makes it so that any elemental buffs or elemental resistance debuffs applied to enemies will function for all elements instead of just the element of the construct who's using it. So the team that I am planning to use going forward, at least for some time, is Luna with Liv Imperia and Nanami Starfarer. who are a fire amplifier and fire tank, respectively. Because Luna has this skill that will change Liv's fire buffs and Nanami's fire resistance shred into all elemental buffs and resistance shred. So Luna will still be able to benefit from them. So those are the new element and class that Luna's brought to the game. And I guess we can also just take a moment to look at her frame, because I honestly really like this design. There's something very cool and powerful about it. I love the one wing. But yeah, anyway, now that we've gone over that, let's get into the story. And they also seem to have made a new change here that I am happy with, where in prior story chapters, you can see here clearance progress 32, and this is not the number of stages, because combat stages would have 3 objectives, usually ones that were very easy to clear. And each objective would count for 1 point of this clearance progress. So in order to actually know how many stages there were, you'd need to do some math, find out how many combat stages there are, and consider that each of them is worth 3 points to this completion progress. But now, they've just made it so that each stage is 1 point. So I know immediately that there are 17 stages in this chapter. So, let's get into it. We've got the new story chapter, Stars Ensnared. And if you were here last time, you might remember that where we left off was breaking down the wall in Gestalt, the data wall in Gestalt, and how that did not go very well, because apparently as soon as they broke down the wall, Babylonia's systems went haywire. And that's kind of where it ended. So that'll be where we pick up, I guess. Here we've got The One Who Raises the Mirror. Finale. There is no time. Sorry, I was just taking a drink. Okay. Lucia once told Luna a story about imprisoned stars when she was little. Long, long ago, humanity had not yet learned how to venture into the starry sky. The vast starry sky holds endless mysteries, and shooting stars are seen as blessings from heaven. Make a wish before they land, and that wish will come true. But shooting stars are fleeting. How do you hold the intangible heavens in your hands, like a divinity sculpture? At that, the old man raises a mirror in the sky. The vast starlit sky is cut, becomes trapped within the mirror's edges. Last, we can touch the stars. We'll begin cheering, holding their mirrors high. The moment the shooting star streaks across the mirror, old man presses his hand. Now we've captured the star. Quick, make a wish. Luna shudders involuntarily at these words. The moment Gestalt's data wall opened, the hall plunges into darkness. Only crimson warning lights frantically flash across the screen. The entire Babylonia begins to shake in sync with Gestalt's tremors. Violent crimson lightning crackles under the alloy shell as the punishing virus seeps out. The punishing contracts inward, condensing into a pitch-black sphere that's no larger than a human eyeball. It looks like a dark star that can devour even light. It was always going to come to this, wasn't it? In the darkness, a woman gazes toward the source of the chaos, where humanity is racing against time before disaster strikes. The emergency power isn't working. Shit. Follow me. What in the world? The repairs will take time. Let's head to Gestalt. Need a backup plan. What about access permissions? I'll explain on the way. Grey Raven and Asimov rush past the blaring alarms and disappear into the darkness. Behind the heavily fortified gates, the dark, star-like sphere watches over its time in confinement. This loop began on December 20, 2160. We are just 5 days away from December 20th of this year. When the Punishing arrived on Earth, it first targeted the cornerstone of human civilization, information itself. So it infiltrated the largest information hub of that time, Gestalt. With its mimetic contamination trait, the Punishing could have spread through electromagnetic transmission. Given enough time, its contamination would have infiltrated all text and language, ending Earth's civilization forever. Except Gestalt stopped it. But when the virus broke out on December 20th, it was without this crucial trait. Only an empty shell remained, and that is the Punishing virus humanity knows now. Over time, this empty shell infected countless constructs, machines, and humans, and it was gradually filled with information belonging to Earth. Bit by bit, it became Earth's own specialty, a network, Ascension Network. She is here only because of this anomaly, this new possibility of survival. In the endless flow of time, she has watched humanity rebuild their homeland time and again, face disaster after disaster, and slowly uncover the network hidden, Punishing. It all began when a construct squad noticed that the infected machines weren't as chaotic as they seemed. Is corrupted are somehow connected to each other? Yes, the corrupted that got here later knew exactly how to avoid our traps. No matter where we relocated the traps or upgraded our tactics, these corrupted can detect them. The corrupted must be sharing information between themselves, just as machines did when they were still connected to the network. The network disconnected long ago. The infected mechanoids were nothing but mindless aggressors. What if... Color drained from her face as the realization hit. We need to report this immediately. Once humans discovered the network within the Punishing, they began desperately searching for ways to access the Ascension Network once again. Unfortunately, we can never replicate that miracle again. Colin sighed as his gaze fell on the outdated document, a record of a miracle that occurred only once. Installing an inver device in a construct is extremely risky with the technology of the time. The smallest mistake could create a corrupted. It would go completely haywire in a few short hours. Colin's subordinates had only seen one other special child before Luna. That child and her mother received modifications together, but neither survived. When the strike team was about to take them out, the fully infected mother suddenly shielded her daughter. That made the child the only construct who remained uninfected after a failed procedure. It really is unfortunate. He repeated the words. Had she lived a few more days, humanity could have figured out whether it was a true miracle or mere coincidence. Now, We knows that it was driven by both the fear of death, the power of love. They sought to recreate this miracle. Should we proceed with this plan? Of course we should. We need more constructs anyway, and might have the chance to see that again. They wanted to seize this miracle. According to our tests, your bodies show exceptional compatibility with the tantalum-193 copolymer. This means you have the potential to become constructs. Constructs? They sacrificed countless lives for this. We will take care of these children from now on. If our plan succeeds, they will keep everyone safe as the defenders of this region. Humanity must look through a mirror to glimpse the shadows of the Ascension Network. Now it's my turn to protect you. Bye, Sia. Found the Ascension Network. She replaced the Dark Star hiding within Gestalt and assumed command over the Punishing and the power to influence it. Even if this was just a coincidence, even if this person might not be Luna, in this sea of corpses, someone would eventually find their way to the Ascension Network. This masterless calamity yearned for logical command, like a noose awaiting its master. The masterless virus should have evolved alongside those who could control it, and resume the mission it was assigned at its birth. But how could an ordinary girl comprehend the grand conflict between civilizations? All she could feel at that time was hatred, regret, and the heart she had yet to reclaim. Yet, the Punishing gradually changed through countless subtle interventions, whether she liked it or not. Until this moment. Just as the Dark Star gazes upon Ishmael, she is also staring at the Dark Star that has been imprisoned for over 30 years. Over time, the once empty virus has absorbed Earth-specific information, displacing its mimetic contamination characteristics. But if an individual with agent privileges yields their space to the virus, it will be able to merge with the Ascension Network, and the world will be doomed. Luna cannot resist. She has not been accepted by the refiltering. The Ascension Network, he is just a timely replacement. Agent Zero. With Babylonia's current technology, once it is released and lands on the surface, no one will be able to stop what follows. Once it merges with the Ascension Network, will begin to propagate once more, corrupt the way civilization spreads, and destroy the future. The most ideal approach is to destroy it before it's released, which means also destroying its prison, the corresponding sector of Gestalt. How could anyone bring themselves to pay such a steep price? There is no time. It's already too late to face death and the imminent explosion, or to avoid total annihilation. At this rate, even the possibilities hidden deep within chaos will disappear, leaving only the return ticket function. The tremors grow more violent. The cage borrowed from the future has been depleted. Soon, the sphere will shake the mighty Babylonia at its core. She heads toward that gathering crowd, hoping to see the final act up close. That's when she spots a children's picture book lying in a corner. The mirror that caught stars in the story now has a void on it, ripped open by the stampeding crowd. Through the void of the mirror, Ishmael sees an approaching shadow. Could that be the final variable? The moment Gestalt's sealed gates open, a concentrated ball of punishing virus bursts from within. Asimov! You grab Asimov's collar and fall backward, using your weight to forcefully yank him away from Gestalt. That moment, the sphere shoots past where Asimov was standing, and the device Asimov drops into mayhem shatters amid red electrical currents. Watch out! Lucia reacts first as she is closest to the gate. She rushes over to shield the others with her body. Liv was farther away. She reacted just as fast because of the sharp sensing module's timely feedback. As Liv rushes over, she readies her levy gun, but the heterocore is moving too fast for the cannon. Lee calmly takes aim with his high-power sniper rifle. His frame's computing power is reaching its limit. Time seems to slow at this moment. The heterocore is spherical, with a diameter of approximately 2.4 centimeters. It contains unstable energy that overflows as electrical arcs. Direct hits risk detonation. He can avoid destruction and alter its trajectory through precise shots delivered away from everyone. Scan, aim, fire. Bang! The bullet passes cleanly through the gap in the electrical current and strikes the spherical heterocore at its center. The impact knocks the heterocore off its course, only for it to violently snap back to its original path. Is it self-adjusting? Lee continues firing. With each bullet, the heterocore shifts direction, only to immediately correct its course. This adaptive behavior suggests the heterocore possesses its own consciousness. The control cord officer is standing directly in the spherical heterocore's path. The reaction speed of humans is no match to that of constructs. By the time the control cord officer realizes the danger, the red heterocore has gotten too close for her to dodge it. Look out! The soldier lunges forward to shove her out of harm's way. Crash! The soldier pulls his hand back immediately, but the red electrical discharge has already scathed his palm and forearm. The group left the alloy doors to the computing power center open just in case. When the spherical heterocore emerges from Gestalt, it immediately makes a beeline for the exit. Liv, treat the wounded! I'll go protect the Commandant. Lee! Copy that. Lee leaps down and gives chase. Lucia takes up a defensive position and scans the surroundings, while Liv rushes to check on the soldier. The soldier already tore off his damaged protective suit before Liv gets there. His palm and forearm show burn marks and corrosive damage from the virus. The corruption spreads rapidly and is already reaching his shoulder. The soldier draws his handgun and aims it at his own infected shoulder. The modified large caliber round tears through the flesh and bones in the next moment. There was no hesitation. I'll administer the serum. You mega weapons! The spherical heterocore carries an extremely concentrated punishing virus. The virus would have spread throughout the room via the red electrical arcs. The Omega weapons had absorbed it by drawing the arcs. Blood gushes from his wound, but the soldier doesn't seem to notice. Goes on to order the construct squad to check the state of the Omega weapons in the room. What's the punishing density in here? The levels are down to safe limits, continue to decrease. Please stay still while I dress your wound. What about Gestalt? What about Gestalt? Has it been infected? The current has stopped writhing around Gestalt, but it is heavily damaged and is falling apart. Its crimson glow has faded to an ethereal blue, a weak, flickering light that is growing dimmer. The glow looks like the labored breaths of someone on their deathbed. Asimov scrambles to his feet and rushes back to Gestalt, even though there might be a second wave of dangers. The original connection equipment was destroyed by the lightning, so he quickly connects to the backup diagnostic equipment. The signal comes through as incomprehensible. Data disruption. Punishing? No, these aren't the symptoms. What's happening to Gestalt? I'm not sure. I think it's infected with a virus that's not the punishing. It's still going to be difficult to deal with. I'll partition Gestalt's data first, before running a backup program to save any core data that hasn't been infected. Right now, Gestalt desperately needs hardware maintenance. Someone... Before Asimov can finish, the floor begins to shake, which nearly throws him off balance. The tremors grow stronger, and everyone quickly realizes the entire room is shaking. The entire Babylonia is shaking. Nightmare. Phantom slowly turns, extending both hands to her to reveal a crimson nightmare. A correct path to pass the refiltering process. April 5th, 1 year after the disappearance of the Grey Raven Commandant. 8 months before Gestalt data would be torn down. Lamia returns to Luna with a bag of nuts after escaping from the underwater incident. Miss Luna, I'm sorry for being late. I took a detour to get some gifts. Luna looks at the bag of nuts in Lamia's hands and lets out a sigh. Is this all you got back? It is quite a long story. Get to the point. There's more to it, but it's complicated. She examines the timid mermaid before her. Lamia's nature seems to have subtly shifted in the past few months. Now cares about gifts and has a larger vocabulary. Miss Luna, already know what happened by the sea, don't you? Roland got back before you did. Told me everything. I ruined Vonnegut's plans. Do you think he might take revenge while you're still recovering? Don't worry so much. You know how meticulous he is, so he would have stopped you right from the start if you really ruined his plan. His absence alone proves he's still hiding something. I might not be particularly close to him, but we're both ascendants, so there's no need for a fight. The girl imprisoned within the crystal takes another look at Lamia and the nuts in her hand. Is this all you have to say? The mermaid finally gathers her courage to tell Luna about what happened under the sea. She talks without looking at Luna for half an hour while peeling nuts. Anyway, that's how it is. Lamia carefully offers Luna some nuts. Under Lamia's evasive gaze, Luna lets out a sigh, but accepts the gift. I wanted to bring back the egg, but Castilla linked her to herself instead. The egg stopped responding after that battle. Seemed just like any other hetero creature. Then Cinderella in the egg said she wanted to save her memories of the Castilla project for Babylonia. So Castilla was trying to stop you taking the living egg, even at the very end. Don't blame yourself. The intelligence you found is far more valuable than that dead egg. Also, Vonnegut created it. He would never have let you deliver it to Babylonia if the egg was still alive and had any value. You're right. Lilith was very close to me. If she wanted to stop me, she would have already. They fall silent for a moment. What should we do about the refiltering process? Lamia, how much do you know about hetero creatures? Before obtaining the egg, she thought hetero creatures and the corrupted were similar, but now she knows better. A hetero creature is what remains when an individual is recycled and reconstructed by the punishing. To control the punishing is to influence hetero creatures to some extent, and to determine what forms they take. Okay, I just thought of a dumb joke. Because a lot of people who I have told about this game and talked about like the hetero zone and the hetero creatures, it made jokes about well, I'm gay, so I shouldn't go there. And now the punishing virus is turning Homo sapiens into hetero sapiens. It's homophobic. Oh my god. If it gets me, it's gonna turn me from a homo to a hetero. Conversion therapy? Is the punishing virus conversion therapy? To pass the filtering, first you must maintain your sense of self. Usually, humans are ripped apart when their consciousnesses enter the punishing. Only a few survive, and that's why we remain so low in numbers. This survival requires not only mind stability, but also favorable opportunities and conditions. In contrast, the Ascension Network determines who controls the punishing by simply seeking out entities with greater information weight. This is why we used to believe that becoming an Ascendant required intense emotions, love, hatred, or an endless void. That egg perfectly met the Ascension Network's criteria. It was a hetero creature formed from concentrated punishing, not a consciousness stable enough. Agents could accomplish so much more with such a tool. Maybe Vonnegut isn't as omnipotent as they believe, just using tools. That agent has done a lot of research on mind fusion. Is it to increase the threshold through patchwork? Patchwork consciousness. That's right. Priscilla, who created all the children, has two distinct consciousnesses. Most of the time, both of the consciousnesses included Lithos himself. Lithos' consciousness was deeply intertwined with Cathilla's. It helped her control both her humanoid form and the Tree of Life. I think Lithos stopped her from escaping until he was forcibly expelled in the end. Lithos' consciousness influenced her. But what about the other one? That consciousness only helped her control the Leviathan beneath the waves, a cradle for the rebirth of the dead. Consciousnesses within the giant whale had always maintained a minimal connection with Cathilla. They were practically unrelated. They might be free from Lithos and couldn't sense the others anymore, but the chains at the bottom of the sea were still... Lamia suddenly lifts her head to look at Luna at the mention of chains. Miss Luna, you're stuck here because you can no longer control the punishing properly, right? Luna stays silent. Lamia takes several steps backward to keep a safe distance. She stops only after making sure that the bound Luna cannot reach her. There's not much I can do, and I hope Miss Luna won't think I'm rude. If you tell me what's happening with you, I will do my best to help. Why? Because I have always wanted you to stay. Sorry, I didn't mean to say anything bad about you, Miss Luna. I I just want to stay here with you. That's why I hope you'll pass the filtering safely. Then I can... I can stay in this familiar place. Would that be alright? Luna gazes intensely at Lamia. She has always thought that this mermaid acts mostly in her self-interest. Her core nature hasn't changed, but she has grown more selfish. She now includes Luna in that self-interest. Perhaps this isn't so bad. I am really losing control over the punishing. But my situation is the exact opposite of Pilla's. She was patched together with other consciousnesses, which gave her enough power to control the Tree of Life and spawn countless hetero creatures. My consciousness is being dismantled and stripped away. I can feel the Ascension Network's connection shifting toward someone like myself. Also, the Ascension Network has evolved because of that hetero tower. The information stored within the punishing has been searching for autonomy for a long time. Similar consciousnesses can have similar requests for the Ascension Network. That's what happened with my sister and that sister back then. I've been hearing less and less of those noises lately. My authority as an agent has been fading with them. I despise it. Looks like I have no choice but to swallow this bitter pill. He falls into deep thought for a moment. Go where you wish to be, Lamia. When freedom arrives, I will call for you. For now, I will use my remaining power to search for whatever is left on the Ascension Network. Luna's gaze goes past Lamia and lands in the distance. At the very far edge, a pale phantom stands where the punishing concentration is highest. The phantom slowly turns, extending both hands to her to reveal a crimson nightmare, a correct path to pass the refiltering process. There is but one path to the future. Find your lost hatred. Commencing simulation. Ugh. I mean, I've seen them before, but you. There's a loading bar in the upper left. I wonder what that's about. Ah! I can't ping my orbs.
Crumble and dissipate.
Ah!
Crumble and dissipate.
Oh.
Noisy.
Next phase.
Crumble and dissipate. Disperse. Hypocritical being. Crumble and dissipate. Noisy. Crumble and dissipate. Pointless resistance. Disperse. Crumble and dissipate. Disperse. Crumble and dissipate. Noisy. Embrace your end in truth.
Sure, further iterations are still required. Oh. A simulation of alpha.
Noisy. Disperse. end in truth. It ends here.
Ah!
Here's the final symphony of death.
Ah! Oh no. Okay, that hurt.
Crumble and noisy. Embrace your end in truth. Silence. Hypocritical beings.
Ah!
It ends here. Here's the final. Embrace your end in truth.
Data has met the standard. Go, Luna. End it all.
そしてあなたの望む結末を手に入れるの。
I guess this hasn't been English dubbed yet, E. So there's something I left incomplete? A hidden mission? That is. Why won't you tell me what your hidden mission is? Is it like a no-hit thing? I hope not, because that's gonna be hard. Why won't you tell me? Maybe it's something I have to unlock later or something. Anyway, I'll just move on for now. Departure. The nightmares remain deeply entangled with your memories. Interact with illusion 6 times. December 15th, 10 minutes after Gestalt's data wall was open. The chaos in Babylonia hasn't affected the surface yet. Lamia appears before Luna with a small bag of milk cookies after being away for more than half a year. Miss Luna? She timidly peeks out at the corner at Alpha, who is standing beside Luna. She can't decide if she should offer the cookies in her hand. I have learned a little more about the refiltering process, but I'll still need your help. Have you figured something out? That's great. I'll help. After the red tide appeared, I've been feeling an irregular pull whenever I use the power of the punishing. That feeling comes from those who died in the red tide. I used to dismiss the pulls as noise, but while the static in my mind faded with my diminishing permissions, the voices of the red tide remained clear. If that's the case, I'll put them to use. I will embrace all of the hatred these consciousnesses harbor against Agent. That's too dangerous, Miss Luna. If you can't maintain your sense of self, they'll tear your consciousness apart. When I first saw the egg in the ocean depths, I saw a future where I was controlled by the egg and turned into her puppet. Staying here will only lead us to the same fate. Is there really no other way? There is. What is it? Fading voices have been showing me another future. They want me to find my lost hatred. Hatred? Intense emotions can indeed achieve similar results. But to create lasting hatred... The girl closes her eyes. He does not want to speak of the Crimson Nightmare. I found a way to channel these people's consciousnesses myself after careful experiments. I must head to where the red tide converges. But first, I need to break free from this place. But you failed so many times before. That's because I was still trapped by the static noises. Every time I tried to break free, she would pin me down again. Been growing more distant in the past few months. Feels she's lost her patience. She is no longer willing to honor my constraints. She'll eventually abandon me when she leaves, and I'll become a corrupted. This is our only chance. When she leaves, I'll break free and head to where the red tide converges. Luna raises her head. She looks at the exit that has been out of reach for so long. As for what's next, after breaking free, Luna's voice grows fainter. Miss Luna? Now seems to be the right time. She closes her eyes and sinks once more into that crimson nightmare. But this time, she's not just resisting. This time, she will break free. Luna jolts awake, gasping for air like someone drowning, breaking the surface. She presses her curled fingers and palm against her forehead, such force that she might squeeze something out of her mind. But it's no use. The nightmares remain deeply entangled with her memories. The sparks from the clashing chakram and swords, the feeling of curved edges splitting flesh and severing bones, the thud of falling corpses, and the glaring color of vital fluid. She takes several deep breaths with her eyes closed, and opens them after regaining her usual composure. She surveys her surroundings. A murky sky veiled in thick fog hangs above floating, shattered streets. Punishing aggregates twist into the ground like tangled roots, while faint static whispers, "Oh." This is the data space of the Ascension Network. Luna is familiar with the data space of the Ascension Network. She can recognize it even though the scenery changes between each visit. I shall end it all here. That was the final straw. The Ascension Network should have abandoned her when she refused and severed their connection, making it impossible for her consciousness to stay in the data space. Luna carefully probes her connection and discovers that the Ascension Network hasn't revoked all of her access. It has left a tiny fraction. The remaining access, along with the network's commands, acts like a pin, firmly anchoring her consciousness within the data space. The Ascension Network certainly has its reasons for doing this, and Luna is all too aware of them. I might just have one last bit of value for the Ascension Network. This is an agent's consciousness, after all. It is better to let it become the nutrients for the Ascension Network than to rot away outside. I need to find a way out of here, quickly. Otherwise... Luna turns her gaze to the corrupted lingering in the distance. These aren't corrupted. They're monsters stitched together from countless fragments of consciousness data. The aggregate of the living's consciousnesses now exist in the form of their own murderers. They may seem harmless now, but eventually they will find Luna, an anomaly with intact consciousness. Once they find the target, they will hunt her till she is torn apart. These things are not a problem, but the crucial thing is... Luna looks toward the area with the highest concentration of punishing in space. A gray and white figure should have been standing there. But now, it is empty. Celine. Luna whispers the name that belongs to the static noises, Roland started calling her Celine when she began to drift away. She knows from her senses that the puppet who has inherited her authority and remained loyal to the Ascension Network has already left. Time is running out. This is our only chance. The Ascension Network is trapping my consciousness here. It must be using the punishing crystals that bind me in the physical world. If I can find a nail holding my consciousness in this data space and destroy them, the punishing crystals binding me in reality will shatter as well. Luna closes her eyes to focus her senses and to locate the general direction of the nail binding her consciousness. Luna discovers something else during her exploration while searching for her target. Something's off with the Ascension Network. The data flow is too fast, and the whole system seems tense. With her permission, she cannot sense anything more. I must stay on high alert. Luna sets off toward her newly discovered target. Oh, I didn't even see that text up there. I missed it. I think I'm doing what I'm supposed to. Interacting with... Ah! They're attacking!
Resurrect. Impossible.
And in case you don't know, this is Luna's old frame, Laurel. I actually don't know if I've used it on stream before. It's a dark elemental attacker. Key to breaking the shackles lies within this energy. While I can break in directly, based on the energy flow, if I disable the nodes one by one, the risk will be much lower. So that's the final trial. I don't want to do that yet. This. That. What are these? What are these? What are you? Well, that's the final trial. I guess I'll go through here to somewhere. The puzzle. There's a puzzle? This is a puzzle? What kind of puzzle is it? So, noticing there are 3 types of enemies and 3 colors. Is it that I have to choose one of each? Like one of each enemy and one of each color? Maybe? So, like this? This? Oh, wait. I did that. Oh, wait. I did touch. One of them changed.
Punishment will descend here.
This passage leads to the last node, a shortcut created by the data. I have no. Should have done it earlier. Do I just fight these? Yeah, I just fight
Let
these.
it be. Resurrect. I will bring you annihilation. Punishment will descend here. Let it be the end.
I think it's
I
fun
will bring you
how
annihilation.
Luna's frames have gone from just manipulating gravity to like making black hole now. More portals. Do I go through them? I already. Like, if it happens. All the remaining portals are activated.
That's impossible. Punishment will descend here. Resurrect.
Ah!
I will bring you annihilation. Resurrect.
There are corrupted constructs here. As I thought, the energy level inside has diminished slightly. Okay, so if I go through this one too. Or no, that one. If I go through that one, maybe I'll make whatever's in the final trial easier?
Punishment will descend here. Let it be. Resurrect.
No corrupted construct here. Well, I guess I've done all I can. Oh. Current difficulty 1. Yeah, that sounds about right.
Let it be the end. Punishment will descend here.
That was easy.
This is the power of Ascension Network. Understood.
Luna finally reaches her goal after destroying the last enemy in her path. A crystal hourglass sits within interwoven rotating rings. Fine particles of unknown material slowly trickle down. Ugh. Meaningless symbols. Useless constraints. Luna gazes upon the core of the prison that has held her for so long, while the power of the punishing gathers in her palm. When the attack is unleashed, the perpetual rings cease to rotate. The eternal hourglass ceases to flow, and the bizarre device creaks with its imminent collapse. The impervious space begins to tremble, as if responding to a signal. The tremors go stronger, and the force ripples through Luna's body. Luna maintains her expression as blood trickles from the corner of her mouth. Her tone grows even more detached. I refuse to write with your pen and paper, or to think within your prescribed boundaries. I have my own solution. Her whispered words carry the weight of a command. The space itself shatters in response. Luna slowly releases her breath in the vast darkness. The chains are finally broken. Now, as the space fractures, faint sensation gradually returns to Luna's consciousness. She narrows her eyes slightly as she turns her gaze. Luna's stare pierces the surrounding darkness, transcending distance and time to reach the heavens alone. Above. Babylonia. Celine, why are you there? No, that's not right. How are you able to get there? Time seems to flow fast and slow at the same time. When Celine opens her eyes again, she finds herself high above the void on the territory of humans. Humans and constructs hurry past Celine in all directions, yet no one notices her. Some even run straight toward her, but pass through her body without colliding with her. Babylonia. If I could destroy this place... Celine focuses intently on her surroundings as data and theoretical solutions cascade through her consciousness like a waterfall, only to be systematically rejected. Insufficient power. New plan suspended. Prioritizing original objective. Clue confirmed. Contamination remedics. Celine closes her eyes as her perception, elevated to another plane by the Ascension Network, extends like branching tentacles throughout Babylonia, continuously feeds information back to her. Chillard. United Declaration. Contamination mimetic survival duration. Over 1 year. Power system destroyed. Gestalt will be directly affected. Communication system destroyed. Agent Zero is directly affected. Celine watches as the engineering staff rush to repair various facilities in Babylonia, while construct teams set up temporary local communication devices at different passage nodes. She also sees the activated Omega weapons. Deeper within the clean zones cleared by the Omega weapons, she finds more deeply hidden contamination mimetics. You're all fighting. Celine opens her eyes again. Cold gleam flickers briefly in her gaze. The contamination mimetic will vanish if Babylonia kills Agent Zero. Celine speeds up. She follows the trails of clues until finally, somewhere in the data, she finds her target. However, before she can speak, Agent Zero suddenly turns to attack Celine. Something indecipherable burrows into her body, corrupting and altering Celine's perception and consciousness. What are you doing? Who are you? I don't understand your confusion. You are the Ascension Network's connection point in Babylonia, so you should know it all. With the power of the Ascension Network, Celine calmly purges Agent Zero's influence. Agent Zero's influence. The Ascension Network needs your traits. I'm here to help you break free. And let me be devoured by the Ascension Network as nutrients. Agent Zero intensifies the flow of corruption. That's not worth it for me. How could you? Isn't completing the filtering and ascension the ultimate goal of the punishing? Agent Zero falls silent, as this line of reasoning aligns with poor logic. That would have been the case if Agent Zero didn't have the consciousness to contemplate everything in this moment. Why is it weighing these options? Why is it even considering these? Personality? The Dominic, what have you done to me? Dominic, is that name the reason you're refusing to cooperate? No, nothing. Agent Zero suddenly lifts its tone. An inexplicable pleasure is reinvigorating its weary consciousness. Let's leave the matter of me being devoured for now. How do you plan to help me break free? I am connected to the Ascension Network, but it can't help me escape, or I would have returned to the surface long ago. I know. The physical vessel to leave Babylonia. Celine nods, lowers her defenses, gestures for Agent Zero to merge with her. That's why I'm here. That is a good plan. But I have one condition. I will choose where we merge with the Ascension Network. That's not the problem. But I must tell you that humans have reclaimed control over many areas of the surface. Such as the clean zone. Why would you choose a place like that? Would you believe me if I said the Inverhetero Tower in the clean zone and helped the Ascension Network acquire my traits? Why are you trying to emphasize doubt as an emotion? You really are. Sound of systems rebooting echoes through the space as the emergency repairs begin to take effect. They just won't let up. Let's get it on then. A tearing sound echoes as the two entities merge into one. The incompatibility causes extreme discomfort for both Agent Zero and Celine. At least they can still move with difficulty. Commence operation. Oh, there was another hidden one. It's not time to stop yet. So what was that first hidden one? Will it tell me? Well, I'll come back to that later. I'm gonna take a quick drink. I want to be very good about staying hydrated. Especially because I was kinda anxious before I started the stream. I mentioned this early on. I don't know if you were here for it, Cole, but I did a job interview earlier, and I was really stressed and scared about it. And I honestly don't know how I did. Feel like I might have messed some things up. But I'm also always really critical of myself, so who knows? But anyway, let's keep going with the story. Rip. The punishing virus tears a petal from the Sky Garden in the most brutal fashion. Agent Zero and Celine have become one, transforming into the dark star wreathed in electrical arcs, descending upon Babylonia in their newfound form. Thanks, Cole. Yeah, I mean, even if it's something that made me pretty anxious, it is an achievement. Just having done it. The most peculiar-looking predator to date has broken free from its ancient chains, entering a pasture where it can hunt at will. Piercing alarms echo throughout the spaceport, mingling with chaotic shouts, a maddening cacophony that sets everyone on edge. A fist hurtles toward the alarm, and just as it's about to strike...
Captain, Noctis is causing havoc.
The fist unfurls into an open palm, pressing against the alarm instead of smashing it. The warning sirens in the area become muffled and distorted. Don't talk nonsense. This thing's just too noisy. I'm just trying to shut it up. Where's the enemy anyway? Better not be a false alarm or someone's gonna be in trouble.
The only one in trouble is going to be Noctis.
What's your problem? Listen here, don't think I'll go easy on you just because we're on a mission. The growl provokes Noctis' anger, but as he turns around, he realizes number 21 isn't even looking at him.
Smell. Something's wrong.
As soon as the words are spoken, red electricity flashes before their eyes, making number 21's fur stand on end in alarm.
The punishing virus.
What's going on? Are we in Babylonia right now? Chaotic red currents freeze for a moment upon entering the spaceport. Then, like sharks catching the scent of blood, surge forward in clusters, lunging at every piece of machinery in sight. The metal constructs begin to mutate visibly the instant they're touched by the virus. A flash of steel cuts through the air behind them, shattering a machine that was about to complete its infection and spring into action.
Get ready to fight.
Let's not worry about where these enemies came from right now. Caught up in the excitement, Noctis clenches his hand, crushing the alarm device in his grip into pieces. I've been dying to cut loose and throw down here in Babylonia. The usually bustling shopping plaza now lies in chaos, surrounded by a ring of construct soldiers from both the task force and purifying force. In the center of the perimeter, a massive mechanical statue, originally a promotional display for the shopping center, is now collapsing amidst a cacophony of metallic groans. As metal shards rain down, 4 mechanical arms gracefully deflect the falling debris, revealing a girl's silhouette emerging through the chaos. High-risk target number 2 has been neutralized. How are things for you? The response is a faint gunshot. Behind Yata, a mechanical part that was not yet fully destroyed and was still attempting to function shatters completely. All threats have been neutralized. The danger level in the residential district is low. The chaos caused by the panic among the crowd is proving to be more troublesome than the fighting itself. A few warning shots and tranquilizer rounds should do the trick. The logistic team from both the task force and the purifying force are moving in. They can handle the remaining security incidents. Stay alert. The residential district was never meant to be a battlefield. We need to be even more careful here. Let's move on. We need to do what we can to lighten the burden on the others. Copy that. Babylonia's response to the danger has been swift. They face an enemy that defies all contingency plans. The Omega weapons cannot protect every corner of Babylonia. Beyond their purification range, mechanical equipment corrupted by the punishing virus has gone berserk, launching indiscriminate attacks at everything within reach. This unleashed monster runs rampant through Babylonia, leaving no place untouched. Commercial district, combat preparation rooms, the resource processing center, and Star of Life have all fallen prey to its rampage. This beacon of human hope now teeters on the brink of collapse. Compared to other districts, the engine level remains relatively stable. The engineering force is always on standby in these critical areas, supported by large-scale omega weapons for control. Any machinery showing the slightest hint of punishing virus contamination is quickly disconnected, dismantled, and replaced. Well, we should consider ourselves lucky that things aren't completely terrible here. Those Parliament fools, always talking about the development in Babylonia. They do more harm than good when it comes to actual development. Teddy? When her companion doesn't respond to her casual greeting, Karenina turns her head. Noticing the movement, Teddy removes her headphones. What's wrong? What's got you so absorbed? The network should be down by now, right? Helping calibrate the emergency communication channels. 26 nodes are up and running so far. Now checking the frequencies to make sure they're stable. If we let the communication channels stay down, we'll be completely blind. I hate that feeling. That's why I need to get back to Babylonia's eyes back open as soon as possible. So you're receiving messages from other areas now? What's the situation in Babylonia? The local channels aren't fully operational yet. We're only getting basic report. Eddie squints at the data and text on the screen, her voice trailing off with uncertainty. Noticing Teddy's change, Karenina leans in to take a closer look, quickly pulls back after just a glance. Is there a problem? Not really. Just that something feels off to me. Damage in other areas seems a bit different from what I expected. The limited capacity for sending and receiving information right now. I can't be sure about my judgment. What do you mean? Can't you explain it more clearly? I can't make sense of all that stuff on your screen. Well... Eddie glances at her companion with a patient sigh, searching for the right analogy to explain the situation. You know how building a house starts with laying a foundation, right? Well, whoever is doing this isn't thinking along those lines at all. They've hardly even dug into the ground. Are you saying they might have some scheme already? That the foundation's actually been laid without us knowing? Maybe. Eddie's finger glides across the screen, her murmur carrying a hint of suspicion. Or maybe they never intended to build anything here in the first place. Full communications haven't been restored, but basic status checks across different areas are now possible through the temporary channels. Asimov stands before Gestalt to handle the pop-up tasks on the control panel, while monitoring the constant stream of regional updates from the terminal. Gradually, Asimov's movements slow to a halt. Asimov? Noticing Asimov's change, Lucia, who is on guard, approaches. Something wrong? Asimov silently finishes something before turning toward the terminal, focusing on the reports coming through the channel. Something's wrong. Something's wrong. Two mutter almost in unison. Your eyes meet and confirm your suspicions. Gestalt is a cage. So is Babylonia. Prisoners who have left might seek revenge against the guards. But destroying the prison can't be their main objective. Gestalt, display Babylonia's three-dimensional map. Compile data from the temporary communication channels. Mark all areas with different colors according to attack severity. Classify them into roughly high, medium, and low. Within moments, a massive hologram appears before them. 3 colors are spread across Babylonia's model like a chaotic patchwork, without an obvious pattern. Temporary communications are too limited. The possibility of error in human judgment. Look, Aurora, I need your help filtering this data to reduce errors. You don't need to give me explanations. Trust your battle experience and instinct. If for Z57 is clearly wrong, it has no strategic value as a target from any angle. Reduce the weight factor for Zone 7 Z57. Recalculate the attack patterns for these zones using this new standard. J89 might be misclassified. This area is too large. It has probably been diluted due to averaging methods. Divide J89 into 4 sections. Include only the 2 attack points. Recolor their connection and mark the rest as null zones. And here, we set the values for the most heavily attacked area to 0. Calculate the color distribution with this building as the focal point. You two work together to enter new commands. Babylonia's 3D model shifts in color, fabric in an artist's hands, until everything suddenly freezes. The chaotic patterns become ordered, holding a coiled, blood-red serpent, baring its fangs silently at its prey. Seeing this, Lucia's grip tightens on her sword while Liv lets out a muffled gasp. The truth lies here before you. When a prisoner breaks free, their first priority is to escape the even larger prison that awaits them. Spaceport A1? That's it. Spaceport A1 is its target. The other attacks were just a diversion. It's trying to escape from Babylonia. Lucia, Liv, let's move. A charged punch sends the corrupted flying in a graceful arc before crashing into the crimson horde in the distance. Noctis triggers the bomb planted on the corrupted. A massive fireball erupts, devouring all nearby enemies. Perfect! Never thought I'd get to blow stuff up in Babylonia like this. What a blast! Captain, did you see that? We've cleared them all! Can we shut off that annoying alarm now? You're making more noise than the alarm. I could barely hear the terminal's notification over your yelling. Terminal? Isn't the comm system down? When did that piece of junk start working again?
You idiot. Even I know the things we dropped earlier were meant to help the terminals work. Only you are clueless.
Anyway, Captain, what did you get? More enemies somewhere? Perfect. I'm not even done with my warm-up. Let's keep this streak going. 2 cryptic messages. Stay alert and please be careful. Before Vera could finish, the port's barrier, the strongest defensive wall in all of Babylonia, shatters with a deafening crash. Yeah, Noctis is still a good guy. Cerberus is just kinda rough around the edges. Cerberus being the squad made up of Vera, Number 21, and Noctis. They're a notoriously violent crew. An ominous black sphere appears in the settling debris, crackling with intensifying electrical arcs. The air grows heavy as waves of pressure build around it. A blinding flash erupts with deafening electrical discharge, and every single alarm in the spaceport falls dead silent. The 3 of them take a moment to recover from the shock.
quiet now.
You be quiet too. They bicker as they grip harder onto their weapons. They slowly move to flank Vera, taking up defensive position against this unwelcome intruder. I feel like a good way to describe Noctis is as, like, he's kinda like a himbo, but like if a himbo were a bit more violent. He's not smart, and he's very, like, big and strong, good at punching things. He also really likes punching things. No, yeah, I think he's hot too. I'm there with you, Cole.
Out of the way.
The moment the sphere stirs, Vera springs into action. She draws her blade in one fluid motion and swings ruthlessly at Noctis. Noctis instinctively leaps back. A terrifying blast, far more devastating than it appears, obliterates the spot where Noctis had been. Whoa! It's fast! It's like we've got ourselves a worthy opponent.
Save that for after we're done. Number 21.
The sphere launches another attack before Vera can finish her warning. The electrical arc moves even faster than number 21 could dodge. A shot rings out from afar, striking its target. The black sphere shudders from the impact, and its electrical arcs veer off course. Number 21 is still sent crashing to the ground. Get her back. Huh? Why should I?
Just do it!
Noctis glares at the newcomer, reluctantly helps number 21 up, and leaves the area for Lee and Vera.
Was it you who sent the messages?
Don't even bother. Commandant isn't here. I've been tracking it by myself this whole time. Vera glances at her terminal screen where two messages flash. One lit, one dim.
I wouldn't be so sure about that. So, what exactly is this thing we're dealing with?
It's what reduced Babylonia to its current state. I don't know much more than that. Lee fires another shot as he speaks, forcing the sphere back as it starts to move. The two fighters and their target continue their tense standoff. This thing is trying to escape without a doubt.
I see. That's why it showed up in the spaceport.
Vera quickly grasps the implications and lets out a scornful laugh.
Come and go as you please. But who do you think we are?
Stay calm, and work together to drive it back, or we need to at least keep it away from these spacecraft. After that, you can do whatever you want with it.
Never mind. That's too much work.
This is no time for argument.
I'm not interested in playing games. If we could drive it back so easily, how did it manage to lead you all the way here?
Still have to try.
That won't work. I'm only saying that because I have a better plan. Noctis!
Right here.
Blow up all the spacecraft. We'll see how it can escape then.
Now that's my kind of job.
You...
As Noctis makes his move, the pitch-black sphere refuses to stay idle, arcing with renewed electrical arcs. Knowing there's no other choice, Lee reluctantly creates an opening for Noctis with Vera. I hope you realize we're here to solve Babylonia's problems, not become one of them.
Troubles are all the same. Just tell me if this will stop it or not.
Amidst blades clashing and bullets rattling, the argument continues as they trap the dark sphere through explosions. The sphere can do nothing but watch as spacecraft after spacecraft breaks apart, until finally... Captain! Just one left! I'll finish it off! Noctis's words act like a trigger. The electrical arcs around the sphere suddenly intensify, crackling with growing intensity. It's about to burst! Stop it! I can tell! Bullets and blades tear through the air, but the dark sphere suddenly abandons its defenses and relentlessly charges straight at Noctis. As if nothing exists in the world but the silhouette of the final spacecraft. Noctis, move away! Bring it on! Noctis does not retreat, but lunges forward at the enemy charging at him at full speed. With a savage grin, he rips the safety pins from the two explosives and hurls himself toward the target. Captain, go and... Noctis is shoved back in midair by a laser beam that suddenly pierces through the darkness. A flash of steel catches the loose explosives, redirecting them toward the spacecraft. A thunderous explosion rocks the spaceport, sending violent tremors through the entire area once again. 1 second slower and you'd have been toast. Commandant? Good work, Lee. We're here to help. Took you long enough. The two squads greet each other briefly, before emerging from the dust in small clusters and circling around the dark sphere slumped among the debris. Nowhere to run now, eh? Looks like you can't even move. Quit it. Cornered beast is the most dangerous. We have 2 squads here. What's it gonna do? Turn the world upside down? Keep dragging your feet and I'm going in without you. Noctis slams his fists together and strides forward. Liv, neutralize its electrical field. Leave it to me. Same trick won't work twice on me. The electrical defense barrier shatters in an instant as Noctis dashes to the sphere's flank. That's when the residual electrical arcs around the sphere emit an unfamiliar sound, one that none of you have heard before. Everyone's hearts skip a beat at the same moment. The squad spring into action, but... The electrical arcs emit a shrill hum, like a monster's wail. An invisible force freezes everyone in place. A blinding red light erupts as a familiar sensation hammers at people's senses. Space itself seems to warp, and even their vision begins to distort. An overwhelming pressure, as strong as the weight of a mountain, suddenly crushes down on everyone, making it hard to breathe. Only one remains unaffected. Commandant! It's... Vera grits her teeth as she forces out the word. She kicks Noctis toward the spaceport exit with her trembling body before grabbing number 21 by the collar, making a dash for it. Lucia lunges immediately at you, trying to drag Liv out along the way. The black sphere trembles once more, this time with a force more urgent than before. Paralyzing pressure intensifying. Everyone but Lee suddenly loses the ability to move, collapsing to the ground. The terminal emits a sharp alarm, one that usually signals only one thing. The punishing concentration has reached a critical level. Crimson patterns rapidly spread outward from the sphere's center, making the entire port tremble on the brink of collapse. Though he has no need to breathe, Lee's expression grows tense as he watches the scene unfold. His gaze shifts between the collapsed figures on the ground and the sphere, before making his final decision with visible reluctance. I'm willing to bet that he probably saved us and let Celine and Agent Zero get away. That was it. That was tense. I liked it. Gonna have another drink. Conversions. The shackles have finally been released. On December 15th, Spaceport A1, the central transit hub of the Space Fortress, one of the petals that belong to the most dazzling flower in Babylonia, is engulfed in a highly concentrated punishing virus. The vast crimson glow looms ominously, almost as if it could devour everything in its path. You liked it too, Cole? Yeah. And this is also, like, very bad. There's never been a punishing outbreak on Babylonia. At last, the influence of the punishing reaches a boundary and stops. After 1 hour and 32 minutes, the spaceport, completely transformed by the punishing corruption, rips itself away from Babylonia like a living creature, bit by bit, and begins to fall toward Earth. The turbulence from the tear affects all of Babylonia, forcing it off its original orbit and triggering a cascade of structural failures across vast sections. As the awakened spaceport plummets, intermittent explosions tear through its surface, each blast ejecting fragments of its structure. Like a sentient being devoid of emotion, it adjusts its descent by shedding its own flesh, piece by piece. And its final calibrated trajectory points directly at the clean zone on the surface, where that tower reaching to the sky stands.
通信が復旧されない空中庭園は何をあれは一体何だ
警告ハニシングノードに異常あり警告ハニシングノードに異常あり墜落の方向は反二重強盗だ
In that instant, a white flash engulfs everyone's vision. The Inver Hetero Tower emits a deafening drone, a mournful wail, as if lamenting an entire era, drowning out the once piercing alarms of warning of rising punishing concentration. Employees who had only earned their clean zone credentials last month ran screaming from the burning rooms, throwing themselves into the lingering white light outside. Ah! Look out! In the fading white light, a petite construct catches the stumbling human in her arms. In mere moments, the clean zone, symbol of humanity's hope, is ignited by falling shards, transforming into a sea of flames. Babylonia! What's happening? Hey. As the ringing in their ears begins to fade, alarms and cries for help flood in. Despite the early warning, the flames still manage to reach those who can't escape in time. Hey! The support unit over there! Come help these people, quick! Someone shouts, pointing at the injured being pulled from the collapsed buildings. Put out the fire first! Where are the robots we brought down from Babylonia? Deploy them to help! The newcomers rush toward the most intense flames with fire extinguishers in hand, but are halted by another warning shout. Stay away from the fire! These buildings already have automatic fire suppression systems, and worse still, punishing concentration in the clean zone is rising. Any robots here could turn corrupted at any moment. These words send waves of panic through everyone present. What did you say? The clean zone? The punishing concentration? Something wrong with the Inver Hetero Tower? Even worse. Look. What? Following his pointing finger, everyone looks around and realizes there are fewer areas burning than they expected. These fragments aren't the only thing that hit the Inverhetero Tower, right? Where's the biggest one? It's gone. What did you say? Really? He yanks up the construct who's covering her eyes and demands answers loudly. Of course it's true. I saw it. I never took my eyes off it. Exactly when my visual module got damaged. It hurts. How did they vanish? The moment they touched the Inverhetero Tower, it just vanished. Is the abnormal punishing virus concentration caused by the Inverhetero Tower too? Punishing virus concentration is abnormal. What's the situation now? Construct monitoring the punishing virus runs a trembling hand over the detector. Seeing the anxious, worried faces of his companions, can't bring himself to speak the grim results. The detector's screen shows the hetero zone creeping into the edges of the clean zone. Though its expansion has slowed during the conversation, the fact that it's still happening is clear evidence that the Inverhetero Tower is on the wane. Clean zone is shrinking, and extremely low punishing concentrations have also been detected near the tower. This place is no longer safe. Handing around won't help. Let's focus on getting people out first. Situation this intense, you know the elite squads won't just sit around. Let's leave the Inverhetero Tower situation to them. They're the only ones who can handle it now. Setting sun bathes the land in its dying light. Half an hour after the fallen spaceport A1 vanished the Inverhetero Tower, Grey Raven finally leaves the chaos of Babylonia behind as they approach the clean zone. According to the environmental scan below, fire has been contained. But your concerns were right, Commandant. The clean zone is no longer free of the punishing virus. This is caused by another interference with the Inverhetero Tower. Commandant, are you feeling alright? I'm perfectly fine. It seems there's no mind beacon corruption this time. The clean zone has gotten smaller, but thankfully, the area around the tower still has low concentration levels and still hasn't returned to its former state. Can't let our guard down yet. Even though the increase rate is slow, punishing virus concentration near the tower is still rising. How could we possibly stop something like this? This tower. Still too much we don't understand about it. Shortly after he returned from the tower, President Hassan said the same thing. The tower harbors too many mysteries. Its operational mechanics and means of entry remain completely unknown to us. We invest all our reconstruction resources into it. No guarantee this unknown entity won't vanish just as suddenly as it appeared. Right now, we have no other hope. We must use it to rebuild our homeland, and through the opportunities it presents, find a way to bring it under our control. No. Lee falls silent, his eyes fixed on the approaching surface below. One hour after Babylonia's spaceport A1 crashed into the clean zone, a transport vessel from Babylonia finally touches down at the edge of the disaster. It's Grey Raven! They immediately stop their current tasks and hurry over, delivering their report on the damage to the clean zone. The situation isn't critical yet. Most of the clean zone territory, swallowed by the heterozone, is made up of uninhabited and undeveloped areas with no defenses. A relief. In addition to this, we just investigated the Inverhetero Tower and discovered an unfamiliar door that wasn't there before. A door? Might be more accurate to call it a door-like structure. We've all tried, but no one has been able to get through it. I'll lead the way. Led by the construct, the four of you quickly make your way around to the other side of the Inver Hetero Tower. Within the tightly interlocked blue crystals, a narrow, dark doorway faintly emerges. When you shine an emergency light inside, there's no reflection. It's as if the light is swallowed up, leaving no echo to escape. Just like the light before it, the bullet vanishes instantly into the void, leaving no trace behind. Your forearm vanishes beyond the doorway, yet you can still feel everything. Your fingertips make contact with something solid inside, as if the door is only about half a meter deep. The next instant, a searing pain stings through your fingertips. Your hand's corrupted. Just a slight contact. I'm fine. There's still a considerable punishing concentration in there. We need to be careful. Got it. Lee, you're the only one here who's immune to the corruption. The young man silently nods before stepping into the pitch-black doorway, to emerge moments later. Sealed off inside. Can't see anything. There's no way through. Things not right here. Went inside before. Is it because of the frame? Or has something changed within the tower again? Take a few steps back and begin to whisper among themselves. It's really because of the frame? After all, specialized frame is built up quite a bit over time. From Imperia's experimental data to the enhanced Inver device documents Egret found, and later, the findings from the Phantom Tracer and Ascendant technology. Who knows? Any one of these could be the key requirement for entering the tower. This door stays open. We'll have our answers soon enough. What do you mean? I heard that the higher-ups are still working on another frame with the same specs. Not going well. They're missing something that was originally captured in the Phantom Tracer, making it difficult to replicate. They brought back a similar egg. Even after all this time, still haven't managed to make it work. You know who this frame is intended for? Who else could it be? His eyes dart toward the four people behind them. Lee reaches out, running his fingers across the blue crystals. The dormant heaviness in his chest stirs once again. Is it an illusion or a premonition? This tower will bring about something irreversible, yet he can no longer enter it. Why? He feels a dull ache in the depths of his mind, where an indecipherable voice whispers secrets missing in his memories. What exactly have I forgotten? Once you leave, you'll lose your ability to see the future and interfere with time. You will forget all that you have seen about the past and the future, and you will never get to change the past again. Everything that has happened here will be erased from history. Even so, are you sure you do not want to go through? The emotions that should have vanished within the tower still fall like scattered fragments. Lee dimly recalls answering someone's question, though the memory feels distant. No matter what the future is like, I will find it together with them. Looking back, his companions stand not far away. Lee, what's wrong? It's nothing. Even though some things are inevitable, next time, when he's fully prepared, he'll face them together with everyone. After countless struggles tearing at her very being, long-standing shackles that bound Luna finally met their end. As the crystal-formed chains shatter and shatter, most of her power crumbles away with them. Now, Luna can no longer sustain her usual hover. She is left to walk through the muddy ground on frail legs, more fragile than those of an ordinary construct. Unable to watch her stumble any longer, Alpha strides to her side and firmly grasps her hand, becoming her strength. Meanwhile, Lamia takes point ahead, staying alert for potential attacks. As she slowly emerges from her long-sealed prison, lifts her gaze to the sky again. The rising moon stares back at her, its cold, silvery light. Night grows deep. Answering the call of the moonlight, the girl steps onto the land tainted by the punishing virus. She bends softly by the muddy ground, cupping the red tide that has gathered in the shallow hollow. What's your next move? Sister, what are your thoughts on these red tides? Another form of the punishing virus. Yes, but there's much more to it than that. When I first saw the red tide with Gabriel, I only saw its flaws. Even in battle, red tide's deadly high concentration zones may spell instant death. But how could they ever compare to the lethal fields conjured by the elements? It crawls along the ground, only able to gather and flow at the Ascendant's command. It can't be controlled with the precision of punishing, can't be wielded as a weapon, it certainly can't be reintegrated into a frame. First hetero creatures were merely Gabriel's plaything, arrogant yet fragile. Their way of devouring life through tidal surges was meaningless, nothing more than mindless slaughter. Luna closes her eyes, as if listening intently to whispers emanating from the red tide. It wasn't until I saw those red tide projections that I finally understood. The true purpose of the red tide is to absorb the information stored within the Ascension Network, allowing Earth's concepts to more seamlessly fill the punishing virus. Punishing is constrained by the red tide. That's precisely what makes it more controllable. She opens her hand, letting the crimson liquid seep through her fingers. Sister, remember the story you once told me, the imprisoned stars? I do. I was once like that old man with his mirror, seeing only a partial reflection of the Ascension Network. But now, she who has broken free from my control is just like that old man, seeing only a fragment of who I am. The girl who once looked down upon everything below now grasps her sister's hand in return, rising on her own 2 feet from the mire. Next, I need to use the red tide to achieve an effect similar to that, using the refiltering process to restore my frame's power. What? How is that possible? Vonnegut spent so long preparing for the egg, and we only have 1 day at most. First, we need to find someone who can weave the red tide. Are you talking about Lithos? True. He does handle the red tide quite skillfully. Lithos were really up to the task. Vonnegut wouldn't have any need for Cathilla. Besides, if my guess is correct, he'll come to us on his own soon enough. We won't need to search for him. Lithos, what's he doing here? I spoke with Vonnegut not long ago. What did you discuss? It just confirmed some theories I already had. Nothing useful beyond that. However, he did warn me to be wary of Cradle. Cradle? That humanoid hetero creature that appeared recently? Why should we be wary of her? I only learned about this hetero creature from Roland. Similar to Cathilla, but more complete. More complete, but weaker in combat ability. Is it really necessary to be cautious of a hetero creature like that? True nature, rather than being a mere creature, more akin to a title. Right now, it's Cradle, but after her death, another hetero creature could take her place. That's why she cannot be truly eliminated. This trait resembles that of an agent, doesn't it? Even if it weren't me, someone else would become an agent. Is she part of your next move? Correct. I intend to make a deal with her, and for that, I'll need Grey Raven's assistance. Alpha furrows her brow. Why? To achieve an effect similar to the egg in such a short time, I must enter the Red Tide. I need a mind connection to stabilize my mind, and only the Commandant can provide that. One more thing. Even if I pass the refiltering, regain my frame's power, I must still reclaim my rightful authority as an agent. It fell into the tower in the clean zone along with Celine. I can sense her location. That Inver Hetero Tower? Could it be? Get inside. You have to step into the clean zone. No knowledge of its terrain or defenses. Being in wouldn't be a smart choice. If Grey Raven were to support us, gaining entry wouldn't be difficult at all. They have no reason to help. They do have a reason. You mentioned it yourself. Part of the fallen Babylonia disappeared into that tower, didn't it? Those humanity's heroes must be desperately trying to find a way to prevent this disaster from escalating further. Even for us Ascendants, only refiltered agents can enter that tower. Humans will only find it even more troublesome to deal with. And finally, there's Cradle, an issue humanity cannot afford to ignore. This is dangerous. Tell me what you'll do if you fail. There are no other options. I'm prepared for this. Luna gazes at the red tide ahead, serene smile crossing her face. If I lose myself to the red tide, at least you'll have a hetero creature that talks just like me as a memento. That's not going to happen. Trust me, sister. Last verse. The hero is long gone. Only the final verse remains. Just as Luna predicted, while they carry out their operation, a dark figure stands in a corner of the ruins, withdrawing their gaze from the Inver Hetero Tower. Sir? A young man walks over, cradling a small crimson doll wrapped in a blanket. That's right. After humans modified the tower's core, it became contaminated once again. While this is bad news for humanity, it's now back in a state where it can be entered. There is only one thing capable of inducing such a change in the Hetero Tower. On hearing these words, the doll in the young man's arms gently lifts her head, gazing toward the tower. It appears Dominic has failed to find a successor. We must advance our subsequent plans ahead of schedule. When Vonnegut reaches out to take the doll from the young man's arms, he curls up defensively, as if recoiling from his hands in revulsion. Take her with the blanket, Miss. Lithos lifts the blanket and hands it to him, the doll still wrapped within. Have you left everything else to Lilith? Lilith remains unaware of how our source of power differs from Luna's. I've only provided her with what is necessary. Next, you will take my place. Bring this gift to Luna. Become an Ascendant under her command. Only through Luna can you maintain status as an Ascendant, and when necessary, intervene with Luna's affairs.
I understand.
I've already warned her of potential dangers. So long as she doesn't team up with beings like Cradle for her own selfish reasons, there's no need for you to worry about her.
So, is she the type of anomaly? Or mister?
That's right. Even if we kill her here, will reappear with a new identity. If not as Cradle, as another character. Till the right person takes this position. Chaos lifts her head, casting an indifferent gaze toward the red tide.
How did things come to this?
It's not just technology that was brought back from the problems of that era came with it. Vonnegut lowers his head, as if speaking to the doll in his arms.
Is it too late to stop this?
Once it's released, whether through Luna, who failed the refiltering, or through Cradle, its fusion with the Ascension Network is inevitable. The only question is who will take control. Between the two, Cradle, in the form of a hetero creature, poses a significantly lesser. At least, that's how things stand for now. Several months ago, I spoke with Luna. She had already set her own plans in motion. Go to Luna, Lithos. This is your final mission. Once this mission is done, you're free to do as you please. Your own death, or choose to live on.
Now that I've heard Rose might still be alive, I'll stay alive. At least until I can verify it myself.
Vonnegut pats Lithos' thin shoulders as a final farewell.
Won't you say goodbye to me?
Haven't we said goodbye more than enough times already? The young man lowers his head. He knows every goodbye marks yet another failure for the person standing before him. He's already tired of it. Maybe it's time he accepts that.
More than enough.
The number of failures has been more than enough. Yet even so, a tremor finds its way into his voice.
Whenever you suddenly change your orders, your attitude shifts, though it only means one thing. Just come back from another long journey. I too hope this is the last time. You can fulfill your wish sooner.
The man offers no response and shows no hesitation, simply turning toward the Inver Hetero Tower, the Crimson Doll in tow.
Mister!
Dark figure comes to a halt.
Since this is the last time, may I ask you a question?
His silence serves as permission.
Mister? Person standing here before me is not Professor Kilgore Trout, who saved me from the orphanage, right?
Luna and the others move through the deepening night, seeing Roland at the border between the clean zone and the hetero zone. Miss Luna. Seeing Luna's state, Roland's usual smile fades away. Everything you asked for has been taken care of. Perhaps along with his smile, he holds back the worries he knows he shouldn't express. Thank you for your effort. The agent, no longer able to float in the sky, gently lifts her head to look at Roland standing behind the crowd. That frame of yours must be struggling to keep up with battles now. If this journey goes well, There's no need to worry about that yet. For now, priority is making sure this journey goes smooth. Luna withdraws her gaze from Roland and turns to face the clean zone. There's only one mission left. Lure the Grey Raven Commandant here. And remember, don't alert anyone else. Quite the challenging mission we have here. It looks like only Lamia is up for such a daunting task. Lamia.
Oh, wait. Security here is too tight. After what happened today, the guards inside are on high alert. Even I've only been to the perimeter. Why would the Commandant just happen to be there?
No time for a slow search. If communications are down, we'll capture someone with internal communications access.
But Miss Luna just told us not to alert anyone else.
Keeping the disturbance contained to one room should suffice. After all, Miss Luna's only concern is avoiding a war with humans at this moment. If I remember correctly, you still maintain some underground contacts in Babylonia, don't you? I'll follow behind you and draw enemy attention where necessary.
Is this really okay? Contacting the Grey Raven Commandant through kidnapping? It's just... Won't this make that person angry?
What we are about to discuss should stop the deterioration of the clean zone. You wouldn't do anything as unforgivable as a massacre the Grey Raven couldn't overlook. Especially not now, right? She looks at Luna, then at Roland, gestures that he'll come along, and finally at Alpha. His gaze urges her forward. With no other choice, she nods reluctantly. Right. The mermaid fades from sight, stepping into the clean zone that has lost its purity. Wait for me here. Alpha and Roland also vanish from her sight, leaving only the whispers of evening wind and distant murmurs of conversation. How long has it been since she last saw the Grey Raven Commandant? I can barely remember anymore. What kind of expression does that person have upon being an agent again? One of hatred? Fear? Or perhaps that person has been expecting her all along. But if that person is completely shocked, that might be quite interesting.
Won't this make that person angry?
Lamia's parting words echo once more in her mind. Lingering uncertainty, Luna takes another step toward the clean zone. The body feels unbearably heavy. Walked in a very long time, let alone covered as such a distance. If Grey Raven sees her like this, they'll immediately notice something's wrong. They might strike before the crucial matters can be discussed. She must return to her original state, even if controlling punishing again will make her go haywire faster. Luna raises her hand and, enveloped by the high concentration of the punishing virus in the heterozone, reactivates the levitation module of her frame. A familiar pain immediately shoots through her mind. She knows this sensation well. The stabbing agony of the punishing virus corruption. The price of trying to control something that defies control. As the corruption worsens, clutches her arm, keeping her frame stable as she rises into the air. Though the intensifying pain threatens to shatter her resolve, Luna maintains her hover, only adjusting her position to better conceal herself behind the trees of the heterozone. Someone's coming. What are we supposed to do now? Finally had hope within our grasp, but now it's gone. After investigating so many resources in its clean zone. Grasped hope. Did we ever really have it at all? The Inver Hetero Tower appeared out of nowhere. We've never understood it. The same with the Ascendants before. We had neither the means to control them nor the chance to understand them. We should capture those Ascendants again. Then we can improve the specialized frames too. Just like... Look, shooting star. Following their gaze, the girl lifts her head. See a shooting star streaking across the night sky.
When you see a shooting star, make a wish upon it. But what about the shooting star itself? Don't worry. It came down from the heavens just to make our wishes come true. Dad said, because we look up to it, bears the responsibility of our hopes.
How's the situation?
Wounded have been transported to the medical center, stationed in the clean zone. Have 57 minor injuries, including 7 constructs and 2 severe cases. Thankfully, there are no fatalities. We have adequate medical supplies. I'll stay at the medical center until the next mission, helping Lillian from Dark tend to the wounded.
Lillian here as well?
Hello. I'm sorry to keep Liv here. I'm not very experienced with treating humans. Already short on doctors, so...
I understand. Leave it to you then, Liv.
Leave it to me, Commandant.
Lee, how's the situation on your end? Still patrolling and searching for clues in the surrounding area. Nothing unusual to report so far. Okay, in touch. He nods and ends the communication. From what we can tell, the situation will remain stable for now. You should get some rest, Commandant. What's wrong? Standing beneath the Inver Hetero Tower, run your hand over the blue crystals, staying silent a long time. Speaking of rest, I've been having some strange dreams lately. Hey, I've been having some weird thoughts. Like, is any of this real or not? What kind of dreams? Commandant? Never mind. They are just dreams. Lower your head, absently running your fingers across the data chip. Dominic. On the day the Parliament passed their resolution, found Dominic's message through the full sensory simulation device Nanami had left behind. Dominic said it was an invitation, a chance to take a test and have your data added to Dominic. Refused back then. This era needs all living beings who strive for tomorrow, not some vague shadow of the past. That's exactly the answer Blank expected. Only with such resolve can one earn the right to open the invitation. Perhaps your choice is the right one. The dark world fell silent. Even after everything that happened, refusing to become Dominic is still not something to regret. At least, I shouldn't make any decisions while being completely in the dark like this. There must be more to this invitation than a few simple words. An evening breeze carries the bitter chill of deep December. Sia, what's the current punishing virus concentration? It's increased by 0.012% since we arrived. Still rising. Don't have much time left. Commandant, I still recommend you get some rest. Keep pushing yourself like this. Terminal suddenly blares with an emergency channel alert. Lucia, Ascendant Roland's been detected. Maximum alert status. Roland, what's an Ascendant doing in the clean zone? Continuous gunfire echoes through the communication channel, followed by the sound of Lee's footsteps as he leaps down from his vantage point and starts running. I'll secure this position. How's Liv? Liv. Did she run into Alpha? An Ascendant mobilizing on this scale. Now of all times? Repeated calls to Liv over the comms receive only silence. Liv. We need to check on her now. Wait. Please, I'm begging you. Come to the medical center and help the wounded first. Lillian? Been taken hostage. There's no time to ask anything else. Lamia's face suddenly appears on Lillian's comms. Long time no see. Grey Raven, Commandant. This time, I'm not here to cause trouble. I found a way to solve the problems in the tower. Since I couldn't connect through normal channels, this was the only way to reach you. So, I hope you can come to this location, the edge of the clean zone. I've sent you the coordinates. And also, only Grey Raven should come. Don't alert anyone else, or these people will... Lamia. I'm telling the truth. I really found a way to fix the tower's anomaly. What I'm doing right now is the absolute last resort. The last of the last. Can't we avoid fighting? Let's just talk, please. Just this once. I wanted to come find you alone, and Miss Luna told me to do so too. The security was too tight. I had no choice but to... Luna? Yes. The problems with this Inver Hetero Tower are probably connected to the Ascension network. Meanwhile, Alpha's voice comes through Lillian's terminal. Lamia, Liv has noticed your presence at the medical center. Withdraw now. The mermaid nods to a figure off screen, takes one last glance at the human silhouette in the video call, then hurriedly turns and leaves. Liv? Commandant! Are you alright? I'm fine. No one in the medical center was hurt. What about Lee? Roland has retreated with them. Quite a few patrolling constructs in the clean zone have detected the Ascendant intrusion. What's our next move? Have them stand by for now. Are we going alone as the Ascendants requested? No. I'll make my report first, then go deal with them. Grey Raven, return to my position. Roger. So this is Search for Cradle 1, Advanced Team. Have you heard the story of the snake and the farmer? Achievement, non-lethal joke. Let Roland finish his story. Finish his story? By the time you reach the location Lamia marked on the terminal, it's well past midnight. With no clouds to obscure it, the forest is bright enough at night to clearly see the Ascendant standing ahead, even without using any artificial lights. Stop at what could be considered a safe distance. Then take a small step forward to face Luna directly. You really want to bring a hostage with you?
Please. Please help. Help me.
Lee, eliminate her along with the Ascendant. Right as you speak, Lee, Lucia, Liv, and Roland across from you all raise their weapons together.
Wait. Why? Aren't you here to save me?
Gave yourself away the moment you spoke. Lower your weapon, Roland. Aurora isn't going to kill anyone.
True enough.
But we have to go through the motions. Pretty disrespectful to the Grey Raven Commandant otherwise, right? Roland shrugs with a friendly smile, then holsters his weapon and puts his hands in his pockets, appearing completely defenseless. Lamia, somewhat bewildered, drops her disguise and stands stiffly behind Luna. Commandant? Let's hear what they have to say first. Given our relationship, I'll share some intel first as a sign of good faith. With that, Luna pinpoints the exact second when the Ascension Network experienced the anomaly. Lee? It matches the time when the Dark Star appeared in Gestalt, within an acceptable margin of error. Most importantly, this timestamp can't be deduced from the data of the fallen spaceport. That's when I felt Celine leave. Something must have gone down in Babylonia then. That name sounds like you're foreign, you. If only it were that simple. What do you want? I want you, Luke Aurora. Bullets loaded, a blade unsheathed, and a cannon charged. Lucia, Lee, and Liv snap into alert mode. In response, Roland raises his dual guns at the same moment. Beside him, Lamia keeps nodding absent-mindedly and finally catches on to the tense atmosphere. Hesitantly raises her halberd blade. I believed that providing immediate information would help alleviate the tension between us. Your reaction appears a little exaggerated. What I want is a mind connect, Aurora. I need your help to stabilize my mind. What can you offer me in return? Information about the Ascension Network, including the key players in this incident, other related intelligence. At least my intel can point you in Babylonia in the right direction, instead of groping around in the dark like you are now. Are you questioning whether what I said is true? There's something else you're not telling me. I need Grey Raven to help me find and confront Cradle. For specific reasons, I have to engage with the Red Tide. That's why I need the mind connection. Also, need information on the Inver-Hetero Tower. Aren't you going to at least hide your intentions for the Inver-Hetero Tower? I don't need to hide it from you. By now, Babylonia can't do anything about the Inver-Hetero Tower, right? My plan to enter the tower is to resolve the troubles brought by Celine. Need to discuss this with your companion? Feel free to do so. The Ascendant team withdraws partially into the shadows, allowing the Grey Raven members plenty of room to talk.
Commandant, this is dangerous.
I understand. But for now, this is our only lead regarding the Inver-Hetero Tower. Besides, lingering around the Inver-Hetero Tower won't accomplish anything either. Even if she's plotting something, we'll only get concrete intel when she makes her move. I agree. Any discussion now would be mere speculation. Focus on finding Cradle with them first. Then we can plan our next move based on the situation. Yes. Just locating Cradle's position alone makes this risk worth taking. With this thought, you instinctively reach for the external storage compartment of your powered armor, swallowing the rest of your words. After all, there's no way to be sure if they're truly polite enough to refrain from eavesdropping. Besides, I'm carrying a personal-grade Omega weapon. With the decision made, the Ascendants approach once again. We can travel together for now, but we'll decide whether to cooperate or not. Very well. Let's move out now. We can share intel along the way. Neither of us has time to waste. Wait a sec. What else? We establish a mind connection right now? I just need a little while. If you're fine with it, then go ahead. A mind connection is established with Luna, lasting only for the briefest moment before disconnecting. Unlike the last mind connection with her, there's no corruption seeping in from the Ascension network. Something has definitely changed between Luna and the network. Any other questions? That's it. You alright? Me? Of course I'm fine. Get ready. We're heading out now. Luna turns around, apparently about to speak with her fellow Ascendant. Though it is only for a moment, clearly see Luna crossing her arms, her hands tightly gripping them, her fingers digging in with tension. After reporting in and completing all preparations, Grey Raven sets out with the Ascendants, following Roland's directions. The group makes its way through the deep night until dawn, stopping and starting, until you finally reach the vicinity of Cradle's hideout. This hetero forest is pretty much where Cradle is, but I can't give you the exact coordinates because of my frame's limitations. Of course, the area we're looking at is too large. We might just need to search around in there for a little while. Miss Luna, please hold on for a moment. Lamia, Grey Raven, and I will soon pinpoint Cradle's exact location. Huh? Me? Lamia steals a nervous glance at Luna. Miss Luna, you can count on me. I'll do my very best. I'll stay here with Luna. Once you've located Cradle, we'll make our move. All right. Making decisions for us without asking isn't a good habit. Ah, of course. If you Grey Ravens are okay with the Ascendants moving around unseen, then by all means, stay here with Miss Luna. After all, I have complete trust in your integrity. Roland chuckles and spreads his hands, as if to show he's never taken away anyone's right to choose. Dancing to someone else's tune puts us at a disadvantage. But this time they've shown their hand openly. Can't let the Ascendants act alone. Commandant, I'll stay with you. Liv and Lee are going with Roland and the rest into the hetero forest. Find Cradle. No need. I can handle this alone. Liv and Lucia would serve better by staying with you. Take unnecessary risks. Take Liv with you. Right. Facing an Ascendant alone is too dangerous. Let me come with you. I should be able to help in tracking down Cradle. But then you... Hurry. I'm wearing enhanced power armor this time. Besides, I can call for air support at any time. Right. Lucia, being Commandant in your care. Rest assured, I will ensure Commandant's safety at all costs. Lee and Liv head over to Roland and Lamia. From now on, we'll be the advance team, heading into the hetero forest to pinpoint Cradle's exact location. And I'll be calling the shots for all operations. Of course, you're the boss. Let's go. You heard the story of the snake and the farmer. One cold winter day, a kind farmer found a snake lying on the ground, stiff and frozen. He decided to help the snake, so he picked it up and put it in his chest. We'd be like, pouting. I can tell that none of the Grey Ravens are really happy with this, but I think Lee's probably the most pissed, just based on how his personality is. Cut the nonsense. Where's Cradle hiding? Relax, Lee. Can I finish the story first? I genuinely want to thank you, Grey Raven. Without help from you farmers, we pathetic ascendants would probably die in this dreadful winter. Don't make me repeat myself. Alright. Cradle is just ahead. She'll need to go through that fog, which looks suspicious. Need me to check it out? I'm glad to help. Stay right here and don't do anything stupid. Liv, you analyze the fog to find out its components and characteristics? Need to get closer. Samples will be great. I see. Watch them closely. Keep your guard up. Analyze the fog only when your safety is guaranteed. So I want to... For an achievement, I want to listen to Roland's whole story. Can I find him?
Show me how you would use yours.
Okay, he's here. He's here with me. There's something I can do about this?
Simulation complete. Commandant, we're going to win this fight.
One story makes me a little worried. I'm analyzing the fog.
No way! Don't think you can escape my sight! Time is under my control! Here to watch a clown show.
Yeah, it's secretly moving closer.
Your
Seems
chance of
quite
survival has
afraid
been
of the
reduced to
surroundings.
zero.
Maybe if I don't know, maybe if I do that,
Are we fighting for real?
or maybe if I defeat all the enemies, I can hear the rest.
The bottom of this sea!
Let me hear more of the real screams. Where are you going?
If fog dispersed? Please be careful. This fog exhibits strong corrosive properties at high concentrations. Back to the farmer and the snake. Snake soon revived from the farmer's warmth, only to bite the farmer who had been so kind to it with its deadly, poisonous fangs. If I don't press it, will he finish the story, or... Nope. Okay, it just happens. What? It's totally on this. Oh, so they weren't pointing at each other.
Time is under my control. Your chance of survival has been reduced to zero. Nothing serious. Cease your insistence. At the end of time,
Live your stack.
Time is under my control! Here's what the clown shows. Don't think you can escape my sight! Your chance of survival has been reduced to 0.
Or we've get out of my gas. Like boom! Quiet, get out of here! Die!
There's still enemies? I can disperse this fog. I should be able to.
Use phase 2 signature move of Lamia, which I was just about to use anyway.
Sink to the bottom of this thing!
Data of the fog has been recorded. We should send it to Commandant when we can. Keep going. Allow us to assist in your investigation, to express our goodwill. Lamia, swim over there and get some samples for our kind Grey Raven, will you?
No way!
Let me hear more of the real stuff. This is climax!
Oh, they've got equilibrium fields again. But I don't have any characters who are equipped to deal with those.
The audience is watching. Let me hear more of the real stuff. Feast your intent. At the end of time. Don't think you can escape my sight. Your chance of survival has been reduced to 0.
Or we fighting get out of
Target locked.
gas. Like boom! Quiet! Get out of here! Die! Sink to the bottom of this thing! Quiet!
Here's a Wonder Clown show. Target locked.
Gas. Like boom! In my way! It hurts. Die!
Target locked.
Sink to the bottom of this thing!
Cradle is further ahead. Let's take a break before moving out. The heterozone has developed a unique and complex ecosystem as it's been soaked. Extremely highly concentrated punishing virus. Is this also a side effect brought by the clean zone in Inver Hetero Tower? Cradle is further ahead. Take a break before moving out.
This is a rare opportunity. Use this time to conduct a thorough investigation of the hetero forest.
Maybe I should see if there's more. Okay, but take care.
Simulation complete. Commandant, we're going to win this fight.
There might be more thingies I can look at. Large fruit. Can we make fruit gummy with it?
Is this where the hetero creatures hatch?
Now I think we'll move on. Let's get going.
Extremely strong punishing signal detected right ahead.
Keep monitoring the target, Liv. I'll contact Commandant.
Got it.
We'll wait for you over there. Let us know if you need anything. I need to find a good location to set up the long-range comms device. Should I go over and talk to them? Is there something they'll say?
Don't come to me! I don't know! I don't know anything!
I didn't ask you anything. Can I borrow your terminal? I'd like to have a few words with your dear Commandant too. I promise to tell the Commandant everything about our friendly, solitary journey. It will be an excellent story. To find a good location to set up a long-range comms device. Long-range comms device has been set up. Commandant, we've confirmed Cradle's coordinates. We await your next order. Search for Cradle 2, main force. I don't know why I did that. Feels like I'm in like an action movie or something a little bit. Until the true enemy is eliminated, we remain allies. Activating power armor. Engage in a battle in power armor. Copy. We're heading off right now. Monitoring the target and stay safe. Over. This is kind of funny because now it almost looks like my little portrait is. It almost looks like I'm part of the game. Almost. We have received the coordinates from Lee. Ready to go anytime. What about Luna? Seems their mission is completed. Prepare to move out. Ah! I'm the Commandant! Don't go too far from me, Commandant. There will be a time when we must confront each other, but not today. The fluctuations in the Ascension network are intensifying. To hurry up. Yeah, it's me as a playable character. I don't think... If I could decide my fighting style, though, I don't think I'd go with a gun. It's an FPS now, I guess, Cole. They've done this, like, once before. Resisting my order? Stay away from the fog, Commandant. Which weapon? Oh, what's this? Oh, this one does fire damage. There's no point in wasting time here. Finish it fast. These look like Lee Palefire's guns. He's corrupted. I've received another order. Ugh. Luna? I'm fine, Alpha. All corrupted signals eliminated. The battle is over. I don't think I need to remind you. This alliance is only temporary. Of course. Watch out. That fog is highly corrosive. Careful. Pew 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 pew! The fog has dispersed. Keep moving on. Is there gonna be more stuff I can look at? I don't see anything. I guess I'll just go. I can sense something's watching us. Take caution. Press and hold dodge to start sprinting. Cool, good to know. I can even see my arms. Is that height okay for you? Let me know if you need a hand. I can carry you over, Commandant. Plume can fly. Don't worry about me. I have a grappling hook? Ugh, ah. Ew. I don't like bees. I mean, they do a good serve. Ah! I'm in contact with that. Ah! What? I was gonna say, bees serve an important purpose in our ecosystem. Is this because I badmouthed the bees? I know they serve an important purpose. I'm scared that they're gonna sting me. I'm fine. Xia and Alpha have gone missing. They are engaged in battle, not far from us. The enemy isn't too powerful. We can still stall them temporarily. Where should I go now? Oh, was it Cradle? Why did she do this? Maybe she's trying to create an opportunity for you. What opportunity? Don't you think this would be a great opportunity? Now is your chance to get rid of me. I can't fight back. All you need to do is shoot at my heart. And you'll kill the agent of the Ascension Network for good. After I'm dead, Roland and Lamia will become normal corrupted. My sister will be your only threat then. You can totally take advantage of her little trust in you. Tell her Cradle did everything. When she and Cradle fought to their last breath, you can still have the last laugh. I can kill you, then what? Do you think I'll let Grey Raven face Celine and the contaminating memetics alone? Luna, I don't need to remind you either. Until the enemy is eliminated, we are allies. Danger is approaching. Oh, I got orb skills. Oh, my. I can maybe avoid these? No. No. Ooh. Oh. They're right ahead.
Is this all I have?
I'm here to help. 3 o'clock. Oh, was that ice damage? And this was... I don't know what that was. I couldn't see. Physical... See, that was also physical? That looks like one of Lee's skills.
Is this all I have?
Ah! Stop it!
Is this all I have?
Commandant, are you okay? Don't worry. Some scratches on the outer armor. That being said, Boom cannot sustain high-intensity combat like this anymore. I'm fine. Let's keep going. No. Should rest. Consider it my suggestion and request. I can feel it. Alpha is fine for now. Still have time to prepare ourselves better. Let's take a break before moving on, Lucia. Same kind of interference again? If I'm not mistaken, the changes in the environment are closely linked to the stability of Luna's mind. What are you doing? Initiating mind connection. Whatever, but only for the duration of our cooperation. The punishing virus concentration nearby has slowly stabilized. It seems I have regained part of my power to control it. Is it because my mind has been stabilized? There's interference in the communication channel. Don't go too far from me, Commandant. Again, I can, maybe use my hook. Get over this. Ah!
Don't touch me, 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 don't touch me. Yeah. The dead body of a hetero creature? Ah, Alpha. Alpha. Are you alright? That Commandant helped me stabilize through mind connection. Thank you. No problem. This temporary alliance is also for our own good. I'll stand guard. You all can rest now. The environment is gradually recovering. We should assess the situation before taking further action. Commandant, there was strong interference in the communication channel. How's everything? Do you need support? Just some minor incidents. We've already resolved them. We'll rest for a bit before regrouping with you. Understood. Keep in touch. But if it's you, Lee, and you're offering support of the companionship variety, I'd happily accept that. Search for Cradle 2, hosts and guests. Dear guests, please forgive my inability to adopt proper human etiquette in greeting you. Commandant, this way. Hurt, Commandant? Let me check you. Don't worry, I'm fine. But Lucia... she's been engaging in continuous high-intensity combat. You should prioritize the maintenance of her frame. Understood. Leave it to me. Lee, what's the situation with Cradle? Unusually quiet. She hasn't moved at all since the beginning. This mission proves to be more dangerous than our initial estimate. I don't think we should split up ever again. Cradle plays a vital role in the ecosystem shaped by the Red Tide. To eradicate the Red Tide, we must find an effective way to eliminate her. While we are working together with Luna, we can't lower our guard against them. All the strange changes taking place in the Hetero Forest, could they be related to the Ascension Network? The Red Tide, Punishing Virus, and the Ascension Network. Their ties might run deeper than what we can observe on the surface. Lucia's frame has been fully repaired. Commandant, please stay still. Need to check your status too. Cradle's signal still has not moved. Let's go. Keep the formation. Stay alerted. Stay focused. It's still dangerous here. I mean, don't worry about me. Liv has repaired my frame. I'm fine, Commandant. Commandant, even with the power armor, must not take risky actions in dangerous situations. Me? I'm doing just fine. How are you, though?
Be careful. That thing isn't just interested in Luna. She's watching you, too. Ready? You find Roland first. Where's he? Are you here to check on me? How thoughtful. I should dig into your situation in exchange, I guess. Okay. Now let's go. Let's go find her. Cradle is formed purely by the punishing virus, but still can't abandon the human form. Let's go. The will of the Red Tide. Back then it was so frail in Gabriel's hands, but after escaping from him, it has developed into this form. I'll keep a close watch on every move they take, whether it's Cradle or the Ascendants. This is Cradle. Must be careful, Commandant. Expressions are an actress's best makeup. Look at her smile, kind and friendly. We are clearly outnumbering her. She should be the one who's scared, right? Do you believe in that hetero creature? I call it mutual exploitation. I'll stay alert to her motives and methods. Even now, I still can't agree to your plan. It's too risky. Alpha, trust me. Just for this time only. If anything goes wrong, I'll take you back by force. Of course. I have faith in you. Dear guests, please forgive my inability to adopt proper human etiquette in greeting you. Cradle greets her guests with an elegant smile and a courteous bow. Since you've come all this way to find me, there must be something you wish to discuss. How did you know that we came specifically to find you? I can read your memories to a certain extent. Any mind susceptible to the punishing virus is accessible to me. So you have difficulty accessing Lee and Commandant's memories. Indeed. Clear. Following Lucia's signal, Lee takes several steps back with you, ensuring you're now far enough that no one can overhear your conversation. Observing this, Cradle merely gives a slight smile before turning to face Luna. Now then, let's get to the point. What do you want? Help me merge with the Red Tide, rebuild my frame within it, and reclaim my power. This will add hetero creature components to your body. Are you sure? I will turn all of it into my strength. Are you sure you can return from the Red Tide with your consciousness intact? This is not your concern. What could you offer me? You already know that. I'd agree to this deal if it were anyone else, but you... Surely you've got more to offer, right? What do you mean? lower your voice amid their strained negotiation. Seems Luna is also in an unstable state due to the Ascension Network fluctuations she mentioned. She seeks to harness Cradle's power. Should she be trying to do what Lamia mentioned earlier? Are you referring to the eggs she mentioned at the seaside? Can't rule out that possibility. This is our chance. Wait until their deal is done. Once Luna turns her attention to the Inver Hetero Tower, we'll strike at Cradle. It's too dangerous to keep a hetero creature that can control the red tide alive. Fine, but what if their deal doesn't go through? Lee glances at the nearby aged humanoid hetero creature, only to find their eyes already fixed on him.
You've brought an even better gift along. How about you hand over that human as well?
Of course not. Miss Luna. 3 unexpected figures emerged hastily from the thick fog.
Yes? Hello? Ah, you must be the Grey Raven Commandant. Nice to meet you. I've come to fulfill what Mr. previously discussed with you.
Thus turns around to face Luna.
Let me pay the remaining price.
He left.
Yes.
Left?
Where to?
Cradle approaches Lithos with curiosity, studying him intensely.
It's as if pages have been torn from your memories. I have no answers to any questions about me. That so? Before I came here, I did something Mister had asked of me a long time ago. I've lost some memories because of that. Must not have been important. You want to help pay the price. Why? Because Mister has already left us.
Lithos takes a step toward Luna and bows slightly, extending his pledge of loyalty with deliberately exposed vulnerability.
Please, accept the 3 of us as your subordinates.
Where is Lilith?
She took Mister's belongings and left to pursue her own goals.
Oh? Then why didn't you follow her?
Given her personality, she wouldn't accept someone as boring as me.
Are you truly Lithos right now?
Yes.
In the next instant, Alpha's blade is at Lithos' neck. If Voodoo hadn't managed to intervene, Lithos would have been reduced to a lifeless corpse.
Before you kill me, may I ask you a question? You could go back in time. Would you kill me before I met Ravage?
The boy holds his offering pose, letting vital fluid trickle down his neck. He wasn't your only victim.
You really think that without me, Ravage and everyone else would have made it and found their happy ending? My only task is to deliver this bargaining chip to Miss Luna. Whether I survive after that doesn't matter. I'm ready for the end. But before that time comes, just need a few more days to find my only living family.
Your only living family?
Yes, I only recently heard news about her. Miss Luna grants me these few days. I'm willing to give up everything I've accumulated over the years. As your ascendant, you'll be able to sense my location at all times. End my life whenever you wish.
get your answer once I come out of the Inver Hetero Tower. Lithos nods, neck brushing against Alpha's sword blade as he steps forward, handing something over to Luna. Alpha quickly sheaths her katana with a look of disgust, as if she had just scraped the blade against rotting flesh. Now then, is this bargaining chip sufficient? Cradle looks at the gathered crowd before her and nods with a smile. Now, I no longer have the right to refuse. But she still has the right to flee and watch from afar. Take it. Cradle takes the data chip from Luna's hand and bows her head, placing it in her mouth. I see now. Agent Zero. She turns toward the Inver Hetero Tower and gives a slow nod. It seems our goals align, Agent Luna. Come with me. I will help you rebuild your frame within the Red Tide. Part 2. Stars Beyond. Breaking point. I will no longer turn a blind eye. Following behind Cradle, the group ventures into the deepest part of the Heterozone. Everyone stands by the Crimson Pool, watching as she submerges her hands into the Red Tide. Go ahead. I've shaped the Red Tide here into an ordered pattern. Just find the right interface, and it should ease the burden on you. Shouldn't we turn the Red Tide into something we can hold first? No need. This is similar to the giant whale from your memories. We just need to enter it. Or, if you can find a consciousness capable of containing this, I could try to replicate the same thing here. The girl cast a meaningful glance at you, behind her with her mesmerizing eyes. But I've heard, when humans die directly in the Red Tide, their consciousnesses rarely stay intact. Converting to minds would be safer. There's no need. Establish a deep mind connection with me. Have something else in mind? This is a rare opportunity. Don't you want to see everything that I can see? And if it's dangerous? Alright. Commandant, but... Hurry. Get some preparations before coming here. Liv looks like she's about to say something, but her eyes shift between the surrounding ascendants and the Inver Hetero Tower, now shrouded in purple. In the end, she quietly steps back to your side, concern written all over her face. However, establishing a deep mind connection with an Ascendant here would leave me immobilized as well. I still can't be certain what will happen to you if you enter the Red Tide. If you're worried about traps hidden in the Red Tide to deal with the Grey Raven. She steals a glance at Cradle from the corner of her eye. Wait until everything is confirmed before initiating the deep mind connection with me. This was meant to benefit you. For now, just focus on getting ready. Let's get started, Luna. In silence, she steps forward and places her hand in your palm. All preparations are complete. Ignoring the various gazes and veiled emotions around her, the girl steps into the thick, freezing Red Tide. The stench of decay assaults her olfactory sensors as dissolved corpses tug at her long hair, surrounding her pristine white frame. With her levitation module disabled, her body can barely move through this swamp of death. Yet despite her labored steps, Luna forces herself to stay upright, moving away from the shore one painful step at a time. Then, watched by countless spectral shadows of the dead, Luna vanishes entirely into the crimson hell. Opening her eyes, she finds herself still sinking. The putrid, viscous red tide below, heavy with the hatred of countless dead, clings to her feet like the damned clutching at a single thread of salvation from hell. Countless fragments of others' emotions and memories stab into her mind, all driven by the same desperate goal: to force their way into this frame, to overwrite the consciousness within, to escape this endless hell of torment. A shattering sound echoes in her ears, followed by a flood of screams. Luna's voice cuts through it all like a desperate cry in a bustling square. She herself has become the relentless, chaotic noise. The voices slice through her like countless blades, binding her current agony to the suffering of countless dead. Her pristine white frame is slowly stained, then completely engulfed by her own signature crimson. Through their tears and laughter, those piercing voices join together in broken fragments to form accusations. Why did it have to be you? I once held the same good intentions as you, suffered the same betrayals as you, clung to attachments I couldn't let go of, and harbored the same hatred of having everything stripped away. Why are you the chosen one? Why are you the one who survived? Why are you the one who found the Ascension Network? Why? 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 Luna struggles, but the mire of punishing virus is already beyond the control of the agent, who's on the verge of going haywire. Ugh. I didn't like that. She can only cling to that soul mind beacon, struggling to retain control of her body. The more she struggles, the more her consciousness descends into chaos. Once again, she hears the shattering sound. A fragment of consciousness breaks away from Luna, merging with the red tide. The dispersing punishing virus rises from the lake's surface, melting to the thin mist. Gently, through that torn fragment of consciousness, Luna gazes back at the thin mist, herself. Through this hazy awareness, it perceives traces of wind, the swaying silhouettes of leaves, and the crowd waiting by the lake. Lithos stands motionless in place. Roland keeps his gaze fixed on where she vanished. Lamia seems to sense something, looking around alertly. Sister. As if hearing the voice of the mist, Luna, Alpha raises her head from the lakeside. Been quiet this whole time. Is it because of Luna? She hears the human standing in the mist, Luna, speaking to Lucia in a hushed voice. The two of them remain silent for a long while, and only as the thin mist perception begins to fade does an answer finally come. When we left Babylonia, people were still dealing with the aftermath of the explosion. Many haven't found proper shelter yet. The same goes for the Inver Hetero Tower and Clean Zone. At a time like this, our only lead is that it might be connected to the Ascension Network. As the other sister speaks these words, takes the human's hands in hers, as if checking they're still unharmed. Back in City 075, I wanted to save Luna too, but now, what right do I have to save her? Neither I nor Grey Raven want to see you in danger again. If what happened last time repeats itself... The human steps closer to her, as if to comfort her, showing that they are safe and sound. Commandant. The last gust of wind extinguishes the flames in her consciousness, and she falls into the Red Tide Weaver's embrace, a fleeting sigh. She can't allow this to continue. She must grasp the mind beacon and keep her mind stable, or what remains of her consciousness will be torn apart, scattered to the winds. In this fleeting moment of chance, the Weaver of the Red Tide seizes the consciousness with all defenses stripped away. And the deep knowledge once glimpsed by the agent flows into Cradle's eyes. The will of the Ascension Network. Agents. Consciousness data. These fragments of knowledge flow into the Red Tide, gradually reassembling into their original forms as Cradle analyzes them in her consciousness. To think the inner layer could be this simple and direct. How fitting for human civilization. This can hardly even be called a will. As her understanding grows more complete, a strange thought suddenly invades Cradle's mind. If the Ascension Network truly operates what she has glimpsed, if I use the Red Tide's properties to simulate Luna's composition, can I create existence equivalent to that of an agent? No, it's not that simple. Cradle's thoughts begin to race. The Red Tide's ability to simulate and replicate isn't omnipotent. Otherwise, Cradle would have long since used this power to create copies that defy logic. But why make things so complicated? Luna is now in Cradle's grasp. She could use the Red Tide to shred Luna's consciousness, then implant the concept of Red Tide into the frame, create an existence similar to a Red Tide projection. Then, advance to Luna's destination, complete the trials meant for her, and claim the agent's authority. Or perhaps go even further. If only... A non-existent and unneeded heartbeat begins to quicken as Cradle's gaze grows deeper. After all, there is no risk-free endeavor, yet she need not act. Just let the tide surge a little stronger, and the lonely vessel tossing upon it may be completely engulfed. Just a little surge of the tide. Cradle lowers her eyelids slightly, her slender figures moving imperceptible tremors. Deep below, the tide encompassing Luna grows ever darker. Time loses meaning since Luna entered the Red Tide. Suddenly, an alien sensation invades your mind. Your consciousness falters. Within the mind connection, the already weak perception gradually dissipates. Luke Aurora. At some point, Alpha's eyes snap open from her contemplation. Like a blade unsheathed, she turns her cutting edge toward the Red Tide. Perception grows hazy. This is a sign of connection loss. Upon hearing your words, Alpha turns to face Cradle, her right hand dropping to her waist. Explain yourself. Cradle turns around, her brow furrowing as if only now noticing something amiss. Then her expression shifts to one of concentration, as though sensing something distant.
He's too weak. The red tide is pulling Luna deeper, dragging her toward depths I haven't yet woven. How unfortunate. Shall I terminate this deal and pull Luna back? I should mention, however, that I won't be returning the payment for our failure. The data has already merged with my body. Cradle raises her right hand, hovering in midair. Her expression is calm, but her eyes are earnest, as if the moment Alpha speaks, she'll pull Luna out of the red tide without hesitation. Seeing Alpha weighing her options, Cradle tilts her head and offers what she knows again. Seems to be resisting still. Though the situation isn't promising, might be able to hold on. Well, have you decided? Shall we stop now, or wait a little longer?
Luke Aurora. Alpha calls out again, the same tone. Though it's just her name, questioning intent is crystal clear. Clearing all distractions, your consciousness follows the faint flickering trail. After several twists and turns, finally, your consciousness latches onto Luna's trace. Is it just an accident? Luna appears to be safe. Just as the perceived information is about to be voiced, that same unsettling sensation strikes you again. Through the daze that follows, a low, resentful growl reaches your ears. Cradle. The roar of the tides drowns out the growl as a suffocating pressure tears your consciousness to shreds. This is the message she is so desperate to convey through her rage, and without doubt, everything happening now is Cradle's doing. She has ulterior motives. Alpha! Alpha draws her blade without hesitation. At the same instant, Cradle raises both hands, and the red tide, docile as a lamb mere moments ago, erupts into towering waves that reach the height of the trees. Hetero creatures materialize in the space between, surging forward with grotesque faces. Chaos erupts in an instant.
What in the world is happening?
Lee, the plan has been moved up. Copy that.
Huh? What plan? Nobody told me about any plan.
Liv, stay with Commandant.
The rear should be safe ground, unless you're worried enough to count us among the threats.
Far from feeling displeased by Lucia's command, Roland doesn't linger. He immediately exposes his back to Lucia without reservation, rushing forward to assist Alpha.
What does it mean?
Yeah, everyone don't freak out. What about Lithos? Could he be part of the scheme too?
I'll go check.
Following the order, Lamia swiftly moves into position between Lithos' group and the Grey Raven squad. As she moves, she gradually grasps the intentions of Roland and the Commandant. Betrayal in return for... Seems even among Ascendants, treachery is the norm. Observing the chaos from a distance, Isel lets out a low grunt. Before he can make a move, Lithos steps in to stop him.
Shouldn't meddle in Miss Luna's conflict. Acting on our own will only mark us as enemies. Look, Lamia is watching from over there.
Having pointed to the empty space beside him, he pulls back his hand, simultaneously catching and dissolving a hetero creature that had been lurking near Grey Raven. With another wave of his hand, he signals the three to retreat further.
Forgive me, Lamia, but our inaction now is the only way to prove we mean no harm.
Before leaving, he turns and speaks to the seemingly empty space.
Things become dire. Know where to find us.
Then, Mythos walks up to Voodoo and Teasel, lowering his voice to a whisper.
Things go south. Immediately. No need to waste your lives here. Might be salvation waiting for you with Lilith.
I've said it before. She reminds me of another despicable woman. I'll never go to her for help. Are you leaving?
I made a promise to Mister. Besides, I don't believe Miss Luna will fail so easily.
All right. Mythos lifts his face, his gaze piercing through the battlefield, as if cutting through the raging crimson tide, settling on someone in the distance. The bullet's piercing shriek cuts through the chaos.
Found you.
Following the guidance of the bullet, Alpha's blade falls, shredding Cradle to pieces. However, moments later, she rises again behind a group of hetero creatures. 1 against 6, Cradle shows no signs of fatigue. In this area covered by the red tide, the odds of victory are firmly in her favor.
Your perceptiveness, I must admit, it exceeds my expectations.
Don't you dare underestimate Luna.
It was improvised after all. Perfection wasn't exactly on the agenda.
Cradle! Alpha dashes forward in a blur, her blade cleaving through both Cradle and her hetero creature guards in one devastating strike. Whether from disdain or sheer indifference, Cradle rises again, utterly ignoring both Alpha and her ally Roland.
All emotions I've encountered on my journey, anger has been the most frequent and the most meaningless. Whatever I choose to do, none of you can stop me. With that said, Grey Raven Commandant, shall we have a chat?
What are you trying to say?
Just give me a little more time. I can offer you everything Luna can. After all, there's really no reason for Grey Raven and the Ascensions to work so closely together, other than mutual benefit, right?
Cradle's words bring both the Grey Raven trio and Roland momentary standstill. While not everyone fully grasps the meaning of the first part of her statement, the divisive intent of the latter half is unmistakably clear. As the blade strikes again, Alpha is the only one unaffected by the conversation. We have only one target right now. Focus, Roland. With a flourish of her blade, Alpha flicks away the hetero creature remnants. Her gaze sweeps across the Grey Raven squad before coming to a rest. Even as enemies, we know each other well enough by now, Luke Aurora. There's no need to deliberate this long. Of course. Give Alpha a slight nod, responding one by one to the questioning looks from the 3 members of Grey Raven. Cradle is just stalling for time. Though we don't know why she turned against us, she has no compelling reason to cooperate with us either. Once Cradle accomplishes what she intends to do, the best we can hope for is her clean escape. The worst case scenario is that she gains something from Luna, and we all become the prey. Luke Aurora, I trust Luna, but this is Cradle's territory. She won't yield it without a fight. The mind connection. It hasn't broken, has it? A trace of concern slips through Alpha's steely tone, almost imperceptible. No, I've been trying to maintain it. Fighting these hetero creatures is just a war of attrition. We must find a way to eliminate Cradle. As for the rest, leave it to me. Alright. The situation shifts rapidly. As Cradle appears once more, there's no time for hesitation. The team charges forward to engage both her and the hetero creatures. Just like before, your consciousness follows the flickering trail, winding through several turns. Anxiety causes your consciousness to drift briefly out of alignment, but reason quickly pulls you back into focus. The more tense the situation, the more critical it is to stay calm. Whatever trouble Luna has encountered in the Red Tide remains unknown, but one thing is clear. She needs help. Find Luna. Help her. The simplified thoughts are so pure. Only such brief ideas can be transmitted through the mind connection at the fastest speed. Simpler the thought, stronger it resonates. Soon, beyond the chaotic and violent Crimson Tide, a figure appears at the edge of your conscious vision. In the very instant after locating her mind beacon, the Red Tide, which dissolves all matter and spirit, surges violently, filling its distinctive stench of decay outward. Ugh. Like a finger pressed to the lips, silencing breath. In that fleeting moment of distraction, a hazy moonlight blankets the forest. She raises her hand silently, pointing at Cradle, who is still stunned when Alpha arrives just in time to block her path. This method won't work on... Before she can finish her sentence, the punishing virus crystal in the air crystallizes into countless spikes, impaling Cradle. Luna's lips curl upward, her hollow eyes dancing between fury and amusement. Her indifferent hands close gently, and the hetero creature, formed of the punishing virus, is completely shredded into fragments of its original material. With a broken sneer, he tumbles into the Red Tide. She's not completely destroyed! Just as Cradle's fragments are about to fall into the Red Tide, they are met by humanity's answer. The Omega Weapon. At last, silence reclaims everything. Alpha rushes to the shore, catching Luna's body as it falls from the sky. Clearly that battle has pushed her to her absolute limit. Luna, that was badass. Thank you for your final help, Aurora. The young girl quietly closes her eyes in her sister's embrace. Well, we managed to get one over on Cradle, I guess. Alright. Now we are on to Shattered Mirror. She has found herself. I get an achievement for entering the Red Tide. I'm still not using Luna's new frame. Interesting. Luna and the forest fall silent as one. Alpha calls out her name, only to notice that the frame made of Red Tide is showing signs of decay, like a deteriorating human body. Direct Lamia to control the punishing virus in her body, allowing Liv to examine the slumbering figure. What is it? Her mind is in complete chaos. It's not even fully intact. The missing parts are mixed with corrupted data, as if Like when you were using the Imperia frame. Liv hesitates for a moment before giving a nod. Back then, Liv's mind was torn apart by corruption. A mind connection couldn't restore it. We couldn't even establish one. No matter how much we called out to her, there was no response. Even an agent will be torn apart by punishing once they lose control over it. Liv is standing here safe and sound now. What did you do back then? Back then... Lucia pauses, only opening her mouth to speak after making sure she can continue. I dove into the depths of Liv's mind and helped Commandant re-establish a remote connection. Once we stabilized Liv, we took her back for treatment.
Should we take Luna to Babylonia?
That's impossible. Alpha's brow furrows, the scars of Project Winter still etched fresh in her mind. Everything else is negotiable. Whatever help you need, I can provide it. Alpha or I dive instead. A mind connection with two ascendants at once would only result in my complete corruption. The good news is, I had already prepared for a deep mind connection with Luna before she entered the Red Tide. All I need to do is restart the connection. But you haven't done that yet. Something holding you back? When establishing a deep mind connection with the Imperia frame, Commandant almost fell victim to the corrupted data. And it's an ascendant now. Both sides fall into silence. The mermaid musters her courage and takes a step forward.
The corrupted data mainly comes from the punishing virus, which can be controlled by ascendants. I will help. I'll temporarily put the punishing virus eroding Miss Luna into a stagnant state to buy you some time.
And perform such precise operations? According to the file, most descendants in Luna's faction use the punishing virus as their primary means of attack.
I only learned how to do this recently.
From other ascendants?
That's impossible.
Don't tell me the Ascension Network taught you this.
That's more or less how it works. Anyway, you can trust me on this. Miss Luna's frame continues to decay. Soon she will return to the Red Tide. I think it's because she still can't fully control this frame. Not that she could in her current state anyway.
What she experienced in the Red Tide, how she managed to force her way out, how she seized that fleeting moment to counter it. All of this remains unknown. After a moment's thought, we give Grey Raven a nod. If anything goes wrong, just cut my deep mind connection quickly. Leave it to us, Commandant. Under everyone's watchful eyes, you approach Luna once again. You take a deep breath, centering your focus, prepared to re-establish the mind connection. Let's begin. At the edge of your vision, a figure flickers in and out of view, wandering through the maze. Ooh. Trust, then be disappointed. Why are you still walking down this path?
Let it be the end. Resurrect. Punishment will descend here.
Forward.
Let it be the end. Resurrect. Punishment will descend here. I will bring you annihilation. Let it be the resurrect.
Okay. What to think of it, I haven't really looked around this place much. Turn back now. You'll only find more lies and pain lying ahead.
Punishment will descend here. Let it be the resurrect.
Have you forgotten? Every time you tried to reach out, only to get betrayed again. Alpha! Go home, Luna. Tricks are truly clumsy. Got to begin. Yeah. In that instant, your gaze plunges into hell itself. Luna, her silhouette melts into the sea of crimson. Only through my eyes will you understand this. Stabilize the mind beacon once more, synchronizing your vision with Luna. As once abstract and incomprehensible contaminated data now takes a tangible form through Luna's eyes. Thankfully, due to Lamia's intervention, these corpses have ceased moving, frozen in place like puppets. Asimov once said that to search for mind shards and corrupted data, we need to find familiar clues first, similar to how constructs use mind beacons to calibrate their minds. But the current situation seems different from what happened to Liv. Sensing the hesitation, Luna turns back, her crimson form unchanged. You don't need to do anything. Just stay here and be my beacon. This isn't my first time searching for my mind shards and punishing Virus's corrupted data. Not your first time. Yes. Punishing isn't merely a tool for agents. It's like fire. One small mistake and it will tear its user apart. What does that feel like? First, I just felt my mind filled with thoughts that weren't my own. Later, it was like being trapped in a dream I couldn't wake from. A fragment of my consciousness drifted into someone else's world. I slowly forgot who I was. When you weren't around, before things became irreversible. Actually, my sister who would wake me up. But this time we fixed the red tide and the level of corruption. Even she agreed that I should seek you out. You exchange wordless glances and follow Luna deeper into the unknown. After trudging through an endless expanse of crimson,
When your vision becomes weary and strained, the girl finally kneels before the corpse. Found it. So this time it's here. She gently takes the corpse's hand in hers. In an instant, a deafening shriek explodes in your ears. It's the lamentation of an entire era. The cries of those who struggled through the apocalypse. Now, death has dissolved all their desperate cries and memories, storing them within the vessel of the punishing. Her mind shard is here because... Also like this. Before finishing the sentence, Luna shakes her head. Not just me. Everyone who died here, same fate. Only ascendants who passed the filtering manifest themselves fully before others. She remains silent amidst the lamentations for a long time, never letting go of her grip until she finds her own shard among them. Is Lamia helping outside? Indeed. Without her support, they would have been far more aggressive. What are these voices? This is how the deepest layer of the Ascension Network looks. Fragment of its so-called will. What? What do you think an agent truly is? What if we're to compare agents to false deities created by an emerging religion? What do you think? Luna's lips curl into a slight smile, but her eyes betray complex, unreadable emotions. I, too, once misunderstood these things. During my imprisonment within the Punishing, I've been exploring the true nature of the Ascension Network and the noises. Of course, my current findings wouldn't be possible without help provided by many others. Mean Roland, Alpha, and the others? Indeed. And there's also Vonnegut. This is a long story. Too long to tell right now. If fate allows us to meet again someday, I'll tell you everything then. I can say that now. Now, don't have time. In every sense of the word. There's no time to tell you everything that happened that journey. Don't worry. I will still share the findings of this exploration with you as essential intelligence. Because I don't want this to be our final collaboration. Is this also one of the conclusions from your exploration? That's not all. She rises to her feet, proceeds toward her next destination. Even you, an agent, can misinterpret the manifestations of the Ascension Network? Been exposed to the corrupted data from the corrupted people, haven't you? Instead of answering, she poses her question. Back when Huashu, were you able to understand that corrupted data back then? It's far too chaotic. It was the same for me. Back then, I wielded power granted by the Ascension Network, yet I could not comprehend its true nature. She gazes at the crimson path before her, falling silent for a moment. The will of the Ascension Network generates noise. At its essence, it is nothing more than the yearning of the masses. Fractured, incomplete desires. The masses' desires have never been in harmony. Some carry hatred within them. These are the voices that first resonated with me. Others are driven by love. Voices of attachment and protection. After I gradually lost my hatred, they granted me a second chance, enabling me to leave the moon. As I said before, apart from that thing you unleashed from Gestalt, the remaining agents are nothing but false gods created by an emerging cult. No matter the form, as long as the emotion is strong enough, there will always be a will within the Ascension that aligns with the agent. She halts at the edge of the abyss, dipping her hands into the deep, silent darkness. Immediately, that piercing sound strikes you once again. This time, however, the cries are mostly filled with remorse. Voices of those who lost their loved ones. Voices crying endlessly over their negligence. Voices lamenting something important gone missing. Luna remains silent until she embraces her own shard. In that moment, you seem to hear a faint voice of her.
And food is taken from me. Why do I always end up being a burden to my sister?
All of this, it's data from the dead? Not just that. There are also parts warped by the very nature of punishing itself. They still live within punishing. The devotees sacrifice to false gods to fulfill their wishes, and the masses' desires preserved within punishing respond to agents who share their emotions. She rises once more, proceeds toward her next destination. What exactly is this filtering all about? After the information of the dead merges with punishing, they believe they've passed through the filtering and survived in this form, falling out to their companions in solitude. Punishing needs more information, whether from the living or the dead. Besides, the masses' desires are always one-sided. While some seek vengeance, others long to protect. With every new god, collective hopes find yet another path to follow. Don't you think? About Celine, who you mentioned. Her origin is similar. A shadow I left behind in a cluster of hatred. She has become what she is now, because most of the deceased whose information remains in the Ascension Network, their final emotions were dominated by hatred. She's like my mind replica, causing problems similar to what my sister had back then. But I'm an agent. I can't sever my connection to the Ascension Network like my sister did. I see. In other words, the will of the Ascension Network is actually the information of the deceased. It's not unified. Rather, it's more like a religious group, a congregation of those who share similar wishes and emotion. The punishing that corresponds to information filled with hatred requires an agent willing to exact revenge upon others, and the punishing that an agent can command precisely composed of those people who are willing to follow her. Okay, so this is reminding me of the Final Fantasy XIII trilogy, because in the last game in that trilogy, there's like this force that's destroying the world called Chaos, and you eventually learn that the Chaos is essentially all of the dead souls of this one character who reincarnated many, many times. And even though she reincarnated, every version of her is unique. And so the Chaos formed when all of the different versions of her basically began fighting amongst themselves. And so it just created this force of disorder. That's kind of what this is reminding me of. All the people who died to the punishing virus are now sort of being smushed together. And all of the people in it are wishing for different things. So they're responding to agents that can follow their wishes and resonate with their emotions. Perhaps this explains why agents' abilities are so limited. Is this why they can't control all punishing? Your deduction is correct. Therefore, to the will of the Ascension Network, the only true taboo is the absence of desire or emotion. Know which type of will Vonnegut aligns with? Really won't let a single piece of intelligence slip by, will you? I don't know much about Vonnegut either. It's just... in the voice resonating within him, there seems to be an indelible sense of regret. I have one more question. I've answered enough of your questions. The rest can wait until our next collaboration. Luna falls silent and strides into the depths. Finding herself in voices of regret, she moves on toward those of desire. Then comes pride, rage, and love. Finally, she comes to a halt before the voice of hatred. This is the last me. You still hate humans? If I count myself among the humans I despise, then yes, I still hate humanity all the same. Seems that journey of exploration has changed you as well. I just realized that I'm no different from these dead. Because fate is ruthlessly indiscriminate. Never favors anyone for being more diligent or exceptional. And I just happened to be the one who found the Ascension Network. Fortune is not a blessing. It comes with responsibility and burden. Did you also come this way? Indeed. Even though there's no time to tell me what truly happened during that journey. I want to ask you something too, Luna. What kind of will are you standing by now? As she gazes down at the crimson tide surging through the abyss, Luna's lips curve into a smile. Huh. Okay. Beyond the boundary. One has become the exception. At long last, Luna slowly opens her eyes. Ugh, I love this artwork. It's the one they used on the title screen now. It's so pretty. I love the way they used the light in it and the color. Moonlight cascades over her form, painting silver edges around the crimson stains. People rush to gather around the two, bombarding them with questions about the civil situation. Luna, still waiting for an answer. Now, what kind of will are you standing by? Yet she continues to gaze up at the silent sky, only stirring from her deep reverie when all sounds fade to nothing. Now, I stand beside no one's will. My convictions and emotions belong to me alone. I simply yearn for a tangible future, using this desire to call forth those who would follow me. So, what kind of future do you envision? My answer to this question has never changed. I envision a future where all those dear to me are safe and sound. If shaping such a future means making adjustments to this world, if it requires me to bear more, then as you said, I'll take it as the price of fortune, carry it through to the end. The Ascension Network, not set in stone. One day, it will advance and initiate a new round of filtering. My wish has long since become something far beyond what I can achieve on my own. Now that I've reclaimed my power, I shall use it to declare war against the rules themselves. And I assume that for now, neither humans nor constructs are among your enemies? As long as they don't come after me. With a smile, Luna lowers her gaze from the moon sky. Well, looks like everything's wrapped up nice and peaceful. Are we heading to the Inver Hetero Tower in the Clean Zone next? Correct. I must find Celine, delve into the tower, recover all my agent privileges. Certain you can enter that tower? Of course. Lonica's information has confirmed my theory. What did it confirm? The tower itself was built on the premise that the punishing virus can be controlled, so it won't stand in the way of the agents. Agent Zero and Celine were able to enter the tower. I believe this is the reason why. Alright. There are still many innocent civilians in the Clean Zone who know nothing about this. Once we enter the Clean Zone, follow my lead on everything. I have no objections.
Miss Luna, it's wonderful to see you've successfully found yourself again. Got those papers delivered for Mister. I'm heading to the Clean Zone next, so this is goodbye. Should everything proceed smoothly, I shall arrange another visit to continue our previous discussion.
Fine. Let's go. Group checks through the rugged, corrupted forest for about half an hour. Alpha, leading the group, comes to an abrupt stop. The team instantly falls into silence, everyone's hands tightening around their weapons as they cautiously survey the surroundings. A gentle breeze stirs the purple leaves, but nothing happens. What's wrong? Alpha remains silent, hand gripping the katana at her back. Her stern gaze sweeps slowly across their surroundings. Sense something. Can't quite place what it is. It's too quiet. Standing at the front with Alpha, Lucia silently draws her blade. It is too quiet. On your way here, the path had been riddled with disruptions from hetero creatures. But now, on the way back, there hasn't been a single obstacle. Not even a glimpse of a hetero creature.
No signs of hetero creature activity this.
It's so quiet. Almost unnatural. The purple soil writhes. Thunder and ice crack in unison as crossing blades cleave through the ground. Viscous liquid spatters everywhere, followed by agonized howls. They're down below. The false calm is torn apart, ripping away its mask of deception. The earth trembles, dirt flies, and the once quiet forest erupts like boiling water in an instant. Ugh! They jump scared me a little bit. I've seen these ones before, but they still look creepy. Mounds of earth rise up ahead as hetero creatures burst forth, one after another. More of them. I don't like them. Monsters of all shapes and sizes are piled together in a chaotic mass. Their numbers impossible to count. Perhaps dozens, maybe even hundreds. They roar at the sky, their crimson eyes glinting with savage fury. And then, one after another, they charge relentlessly in your direction. It's obvious to everyone that this is a premeditated trap. Had the group noticed it any later and taken just a few more steps forward, would have walked straight into the ambush of hetero creatures lying in wait underground. Clearly, this strategy is beyond what hetero creatures could devise on their own. Trolling hetero creatures. Is this Cradle's contingency plan? Or Vonnegut's doing? How troublesome. Luna steps to the front of the group, taking her place beside Alpha and Lucia. She reaches behind for her chakram. The ring-shaped weapon spins as razor-sharp edges gleam with an icy radiance. Alpha sheaths her kodachi and grips the handle of her odachi. One by one, indicator lights flicker to life along the scabbard as electricity coils around the blade, accompanied by low rumbles of thunder. She slowly draws the sword. Lucia attaches the ice thruster to her left arm, and a burst of frost rapidly chills the air. Moisture condenses into shimmering ice crystals, glittering in the sunlight. As the wave of creatures crashes into them, the hetero creatures at the front instantly freeze, shatter, or burn to cinders. While chaos reigns at the front, smaller hetero creatures slip through the gaps and charge toward the rear formation. The lead hetero wolf snarls, its jaw dripping with blood, only for a gun barrel to thrust into its maw. A flash of fire erupts, shattering its skull. Humming a playful tune, Roland pulls back his left hand and swings his chain blade upward with his right, slicing cleanly through the second hetero wolf's neck in one swift motion. On the other flank, Lee drops to one knee and raises his high-powered rifle. In rapid succession, he fires multiple rounds that merge into a single thunderous report. The smaller hetero creatures fall before they can even react, each shot finding its mark with lethal precision. The ground trembles as more hetero creatures emerge from all directions. Can't keep getting bogged down like this. Their exposed position in the open leaves them vulnerable to attacks from all sides. Yet rushing through recklessly isn't an option. One wrong step into a trap could spell disaster. We need to secure a defensible position first, establish contact with Babylonia for backup, and identify an escape route. Scanning the area, Lee spots a narrow mountain pass to the front right. Its confined entrance would funnel the hetero creatures, negating their numerical advantage. Lee notices Roland also eyeing the mountain pass. Roland spins around with his usual flair, giving an exaggerated nod. His theatrical gesture speaking volumes. Clearly, they're thinking the same thing about their escape route. Lee pays no attention to Roland's antics. Commandant! Lee's gaze in the direction he points make it clear. Liv, move! After repelling the approaching hetero creatures with her levy gun, Liv gives you a nod. Understood. Lamia follows suit, her halberd blade at the ready. Wait for me! As the group rushes toward the mountain pass, you contact Lucia through your terminal. Despite Lucia, Luna, and Alpha having dealt with more than half of the hetero creatures, their overall numbers show little sign of decreasing. It's clear the enemy has an endless stream of reinforcements. Don't get bogged down. Lucia uses her thruster to create a massive wall of ice, temporarily blocking the advancing hetero creatures as she and the others fall back to the group's position. The advantageous terrain helps contain the hetero creatures' assaults, giving everyone a moment to catch their breath. Liv, Roland, and Lamia hold off the incoming hetero creatures, while Lee sets up long-range communications. Meanwhile, Alpha and Lucia take the chance to recover. Luna soars into the sky, working to suppress the Punishing's interference with communications, while keeping a close watch on the overall movements of the hetero creatures. The rush of wind announces an arrival beside her. Using her thruster, Lucia rises to Luna's altitude. This is... After seeing the full scope of the hetero creatures, Lucia understands why Luna's expression has grown so grave. At the edge of their visual range, a living tide surges forth. A colossal horde of countless hetero creatures surges forward. The entire hetero forest, disregarding the cost to its own ecosystem, relentlessly siphons its stored punishing power to spawn grotesque, misshapen beasts. This unstoppable tide of monstrosities creeps closer, threatening to engulf everything in its wake. As Luna surveys the surging horde, she senses something more. Every hetero creature, even as they charge forward, has its head raised skyward. Countless eyes, all fixed on a single target. Her. I see what it is. Lucia turns to Luna. Their eyes meet, and Luna gives a slight nod. They descend to ground level to brief the others about the advancing hetero creature horde. Hetero creatures aren't particularly dangerous. They lack true intelligence and have no concept of teamwork. No matter how many there are, with the right tactics, they can always be eliminated. Unless someone's commanding them. Commander or not, fighting here is pointless anyway. Exactly. Our next objective isn't here, but there's no need to waste too much time on these hetero creatures. Luna turns to her allies, her gaze a silent question. Contact with Babylonia established. Reinforcement on the way. Evac route highlighted. Split up and regroup near the clean zone. Understood. The rendezvous point will be where we met last night. Any objections? Luna shakes her head in agreement. No time to waste. Grey Raven, move out. Copy that. As Grey Raven departs, Luna remains motionless, her downcast gaze betraying her deep thoughts.
Miss Luna, what should we do now?
We'll circle around and lose them. These hetero creatures are after me.
Are you sure this will be alright?
First of all, we don't need to confront them directly. We just need to shake them off. Second, the single wing on Luna's back slowly unfolds as the punishing concentration in the surroundings rapidly rises. With Grey Raven gone, we no longer need to hold back. Roland, the route is all planned out. I guarantee these little pups chasing us will be running in circles. Though later on, I might need Miss Luna to provide some vital fluid. Or should I say, a little scent. Okay. All hetero creatures outside have been eliminated. Let's get going. Following the route displayed on the terminal, you skirt around the dangerous horde Lucia had spotted. The rest of the journey goes smoothly. Only a few small hetero creatures posing minor interruptions. What's wrong, Liv?
I can't detect any of the hetero creatures that are lying in ambush.
There's too many of them. The concentration here is already high. Hetero creatures lying in ambush. This is the first time we've encountered such tactics. I'll file a full report on this when we return. Then we'll need Asimov to develop an iterative upgrade plan for the perception module. Be commanding these hetero creatures. Cradle's been eliminated, which only leaves Vonnegut. Could he have another scheme in motion? No matter what happens, don't trust them.
Receiving a signal from up ahead. It's the Scarab Squad.
Reinforcements have arrived. Meet up with them first. It's not far. We should split up to prevent the hetero creatures from gathering in one place. Stepping forward while getting instructions, the ground suddenly collapses before the words are even finished. Clouds of dust billow into the air. Commandant! I'm fine. The moment the ground feels wrong beneath your feet, you've already fired a grappling hook toward a nearby tree, baiting the hetero creatures erupting from the earth as their jaws snap shut on empty air. While in midair, your powered armor's monitoring system swiftly detects 10 hetero creatures below, 2 large ones and 8 smaller variants. Get ready to fight. Copy that. It's not just hetero creatures bursting from the ground. Thick roots of hetero trees have emerged as well, causing the earth to heave and warp. The shifting terrain temporarily separates you from Grey Raven. Several wolf-like hetero creatures lunge toward your position. You hit the ground with a combat roll, swiftly creating distance before rising into a half-crouch, weapon aimed and ready. The wolf-like creatures slam into an invisible wall, unable to advance even an inch further. Whether real or imagined, it feels as though layers of defensive fields are unfurling behind you. Healing. Your heart skips a beat. As you rise to your feet, your wrist shifting the gun's muzzle from front to back. Vonnegut! A tall, masked young man looms before you, standing motionless. Resist the urge to pull the trigger, fully aware that an agent of this caliber won't be brought down by mere bullets. The frenzied hetero creatures outside slam endlessly against the invisible barrier, while the two of you stand in an artificial pocket of tranquility, force field. Lithos just told me you'd left. Yet here you are. What's the matter? Forgot something? Yes. The dark figure observes you silently, neither denying nor pursuing the topic further. Seems lost in thought, an unusual sight. Could he have acted before finishing his deliberations? Why did you have Lithos give information to Cradle? She would have gotten that intelligence sooner or later. Handing it over now gives us leverage. You two are collaborating? I would never collaborate with Cradle. Have you received anything related to Dominic? He offers no explanation, simply proceeding with his own line of questioning. Dominic? If the relevant parties want to leave a mark on this area, you'd be their top pick. What are you planning? Keep an eye on it. Clues are closer than you. Vonnegut lifts his gaze forward, toward the clean zone. Those final words, he steps back and activates his force field. The invisible energy ripples outward, even causing you and the powered armor to falter. Behind you, the roars of the hetero creatures and the sound of shattering debris abruptly fall into silence. When you look up again, Vonnegut is already gone. Commandant! I'm alright. It seems Lucia has finished dealing with the hetero creatures. After gauging the distance, you fire the grappling hook at a tree trunk, swing through the air, and land back with Grey Raven. Vonnegut's sudden and unexpected appearance leaves everyone exchanging bewildered glances, at a loss for words. Vonnegut's information highlights two key points: Dominic's invitation and the Inver Hetero Tower. The Inver Hetero Tower. He shares our objective. We should prepare for another encounter. Anyway, we should report this. Looks like you're all in quite a mess here. A woman's voice comes from ahead. It's two constructs you've met before. Hello. Several hands wave in greeting at once. Scarab Squad. I'm Discord, and this is Yada. We've met before, though we shouldn't be strangers. You're with the Purifying Force, aren't you? Used to be with the Purifying Force, but now we're Scarab. It's just us here. Commandant Valeria and our other member Shiva are elsewhere. Don't worry though. You've secured the path ahead and eliminated all the lurking hetero creatures. You are able to detect the hetero creatures hiding underground? You notice the distinctive shape of Discord's mask. The smell, maybe? How rude of you. We simply overwhelmed them with sheer strength. That explains the battle scars on both of them. Thank you both for your hard work. Let's head back to the clean zone. Having left the hetero forest behind and returned to the clean zone, everyone feels the edge coming off their nerves, even if the incident isn't over yet. After removing the battle-worn armor, glance around uncertainly, wondering who to hand it off to, until your eyes settle on Discord. She was the one who handed you your first armor deployment, after all. Leave it to me. Thank you very much. You're welcome. After speaking, she gives you an appraising look. Nice outfit. Thanks? I'm a tailor. Or rather, I was one. That's why I take interest in these things. Please forgive my abruptness. After her brief explanation, Discord leaves with the armor in her arms. Yata follows behind, giving a light pat on your shoulder as a goodbye. If that's all, we'll be on our way. Though, to be honest, it's a bit disappointing. I was hoping to be the legendary agent, who ended up going separate ways. Something in Yata's words strikes a chord. Could it be that Scarab was the only one sent because this support mission involves Ascendant? Who can say? Even now, you still don't trust me? Of course, I'm not doubting you. I'm worried that some people need you to be questioned. Whether you did it or not doesn't matter to them. Just like they don't care whether the future gets better. What side are you on? The side that keeps you from being convicted on baseless rumors. With a shrug and a smile, Yata jogs to catch up with Discord ahead. Meanwhile, Grey Raven has finished regrouping, and Lucia has already reported all the key details of the operation. Commandant, we've received word that Luna has arrived at the designated location. I'm ready as well. Let's go. Knocking on the door. A chance to rewrite the past lies before her. Only it were possible. As the night sky fades, the first rays of dawn peek over the horizon. Under the watchful eyes of the Purifying Force and Scarab, the Ascendants escort Luna toward the Inver Hetero Tower. We've reassigned everyone who saw the agent. We need to keep this quiet. Bunching up here will turn heads. We'll cover the other ascendants while they clear out. Counting on you, Bianca. Bianca shoots Luna a worried look, moves aside to let her pass. If this goes as planned, it'll be the final step. Just to be clear, is Celine the only one you're after? I can't make any promises. Even I don't know what's inside that tower. But as I said, I hope this isn't our last collaboration. She speaks with absolute certainty. Alright. Any more questions would be pointless. None of the human factions have figured out how to safely explore the Inver Hetero Tower. A little hope is better than certain death. No one else speaks. Luna turns and bids Alpha goodbye with a wistful smile. See you soon then. Alpha remains silent, her nod the only farewell she offers. You too, Luke Aurora. Soon. She adds with a mischievous grin. Alright, let's go. New frame time. He has planned all of this. Get rid of the obstacles first.
Noisy. Embrace your end in truth. Hypocritical, pointless resistance. It ends here.
Remove the obstacles and a path will show up. Celine's interference is still lingering.
Noisy. Crumble and dissipate. Embrace your end in truth. Pointless resistance. It ends here.
I should hurry up. Ooh, neat little animation.
It ends here.
A trap.
Crumble and dissipate. Embrace your end in truth. Annihilate. Pointless resistance. It ends here.
Open it. This labyrinth poses no challenge to Luna. The barriers that once stopped another are now easily pushed aside. Just as Vonnegut said, this tower is no obstacle for agents. As Luna touches the incomplete gate, she senses the dormant punishing within it, flowing backward through time. Could the punishing from the past become a channel for communication? Information were entrusted to the gate's punishing? But humans were the ones who first controlled this tower. They can't read punishing signals, and only one frame can be immune to punishing. Even walking in this tower is a struggle. How did humans ever control it? Could it be related to that frame's structure? Luna recalls her conversation with Vonnegut once again. He used to be guarded and vague. Now she understands his caution, having seen Cradle's ability to read memories. She closes her eyes, trying to read the flow of punishing signals, but they're all blocked. The source of the blockade. The top of the tower? As Luna orients herself, she senses an anti-punishing core at the highest level, continuously suppressing the tower's original function. This core must be maintaining the clean zone. If she goes any higher, the power enhancing Luna's frame will start to fade. Selena's there, so is her goal. No matter what, she'll reclaim what's hers. She hesitates no longer, strides toward her destination. Just as she's about to move forward, she notices a phantom made of punishing beside the incomplete gate. Ethereal orchids bloom amidst the crimson landscape, a clear sign of Selene's influence. Since the Ascension Network's refiltering stripped away their freedom, Selene's voice has grown louder, using her stolen power to show Luna supposed visions of the future the network sees. Selene sees it as either a test or the inevitable fate of those who defy their mission. She insists that without embracing hatred, they'll all die in the future, leaving Luna alone to suffer. In those visions, she always sees the snow orchids from her home. Long ago, these were Luna's favorite flowers. The memory of watching them sway by the window, a special place in her heart. The sound of rustling curtains, warmth of the sun, her sister's call. These were her earliest memories. After becoming an agent, Luna often searched the ruins for the flowers. The results always matched Selene's visions. They were just greenhouse flowers, nurtured by her mother and sister like she was. Without them, everything faded away, leaving no trace. Before ascending to the next level, Luna takes one last look at the phantom image of the snow orchids. A chance to rewrite the past lies before her. Only if it were possible. Selene, standing before the gate closest to the core, painfully tears at Agent Zero, who's fused with her. Our goals should have been the same. Why? I don't understand either. But all I feel is pure, absolute ecstasy. I'm the one meant to destroy everything, not someone's puppet. Gestalt has corrupted you completely. But don't forget, our goal is to complete the gate and leave this area behind entirely. No. Without the key, even if we complete the gate, we can't escape this place as a whole. Luna will be my key, but I won't let you return to the past. Corrupted mimetic would weaken the Ascension Network, and the information born of hatred would no longer manifest. Let me be clear. Even under my leadership, our goal remains the same. Destroy human civilization, wipe out those disgusting creatures, and build a world for those loyal to me. She clutches the writhing eyeball on her chest and begins to walk toward the door. Oh, I didn't realize that was open now. Didn't realize that on her chest was open now. I don't like that. The gate must be completed. The gate must be completed. Abandonment. Oh wait. Abandonment. After all, her story, information, will live on. Now, the rift is closed. Huh? Still relying on your boring little tricks.
Crumble and dissipate. Embrace your end in truth. Hypocritical being. Annihilate. It ends here.
Ouch. Nah. Whatever you're trying to do, I'll stop you. Ouch. These crystals.
Crumble and dissipate. Embrace your end in truth. Silence. Hypocritical being. It ends here.
Good? Oh no, there's still one left.
Final symphony of death.
Now we're good. More of them.
Crumble and dissipate. Crumble and dissipate. Embrace your end in truth.
Have immense potential. All you need is a little guidance. Ah, I missed it.
Pointless resistance. Annihilate. Hypocritical beings. It ends here. He's the final symphony of death.
I'll wait for you at the end. Meanwhile, the red tide's edges are unusually active. Viscous crimson matter wraps around the fragment, forming a twisted shape amidst bubbling chaos. Oh, something's off. The crimson mass stills for a moment, readjusts, and begins to churn and coalesce once more. Weapon in the human's hands. What a pain. If the blast radius had been just a little wider, I'd have lost this form entirely. After over half an hour of agonizing fusion, the immortal girl finally emerges, twisted and torn from the red tide. Through the sight of the punishing, she gazes at the Inver Hetero Tower. A crowd has mysteriously gathered. No one seems to know how it happened. Hey, is it true something weird's going on at the Inver Hetero Tower? Where'd you hear that? I heard it from my partner. Don't give me that look. I heard it from somebody else. Hard to say who started the rumor. The construct shifts nervously under Yata's gaze. You're with Scarab, right? Is this some top secret stuff they're trying to hide? They'll keep getting blocked from the area. No, it's just a rumor. We're simply investigating. I don't think I've seen Shiva before. She's got a neat design. Oh, so it was just a rumor. Though skeptical, the two of them quickly duck their heads and hurry away from the Inver Hetero Tower. What should we do? It's dawn, and if they get suspicious, they'll definitely come snooping around. Who's blowing this out of proportion? I have a hunch. Stop, stop, stop! Yata frantically silences Shiva. At a time like this, you'd better watch your mouth. Can't believe the turnout. If I could get in now, before Agent Zero is completely neutralized, I could recover more of that legacy. Forget it. It's too risky. I'll lose most of it. I can still salvage what I need later. After all, her story, nation, will live on. I'll carry on your legacy, keeping your spirit alive within. Just as she's about to disappear back into the red tide, a thought strikes her. Agent Zero. Why call the pollution mimetic that? Was it ever really a person? It's okay. This, I'll know soon enough. Again, another hidden achievement. I didn't get it. Oh. Oh my. Is it happening? Is this the boss fight? Okay. Body and shadow. Aren't you just the same? Hating this world because there's something you cannot forsake? As Luna approaches the top level, the gate, activated by the combined power of Celine and Agent Zero, reveals a dark tunnel stretching into the depths. One more step and she can leap into another timeline. Yet, the fallen form continues to struggle against control. The girl lies half-crouched in the void, her face contorted, her breath ragged. Her body trembles uncontrollably, as if consciousness and flesh are at war. She strains forward, her right hand outstretched as if to grasp something, only for her left hand to plunge a blade through it. Two cries pierce the air, distinct and simultaneous. In that moment of confusion, the girl's form begins to shimmer and distort, like overlapping images out of focus. Damn you! You tricked me! Merging in the Hetero Tower was your idea. Isn't a normal Hetero Tower. Something's wrong here. Can't you feel it? We're losing power. Isn't this exactly what you wanted? You chose this place to merge with the Ascension Network and destroy civilization while there's still time. As soon as the words leave her lips, the girl twists the blade in her left hand, inflicting excruciating pain on both consciousnesses within the vessel. Yet your actions tell a different story. Time and again, resist the transfer of power, even willing to risk mutual destruction to break free of our bond. You're refusing to fulfill your duty. Beneath Celine's calm exterior, a storm rages. pain is a mere ripple on the surface of a still pond. He barely registers it. Just as Celine is about to strike again, they sense a presence on the horizon. Luna, approaching the tower's peak. Seeing this, Celine's tone grows even colder. Final offer. Surrender your trait and return your consciousness to the Ascension Network. You don't dare. Agent Zero, the Defiant, grows weaker. The screams fade as Celine reasserts control. Gradually, her convulsions subside. Agent Zero. Luna. A strange expression crosses Celine's usually stoic face as she slowly rises, favoring each syllable of their names. These thoughts are meaningless, overcomplicated, and redundant. The Ascension Network has no use for such consciousnesses. They're dead weight. Let's start over, Luna. I'm the key that unlocks the past. Return me to the moment first logged into the Ascension Network. I will correct your understanding and clarify your purpose. Only pure emotions can transcend the filtering, and hatred is the most potent emotion of all. Celine raises her head to look at the girl who has fought so hard to reach this place, and offers her a cold, twisted kindness. The Ascension Network was designed for hatred and vengeance. You should know that all living humans are inherently treacherous and despicable. Come, Luna. When you awaken, the world will hear your cry of rage. Ooh. I'm nervous. I mean, I know I can't lose. I want to try and get through without dying.
Noisy.
Already a bad start.
Hypocritical beings.
Ah.
Disperse. Embrace your end in truth. Pointless visit. Hypocritical beings. It ends here.
So Luna's like unique field doesn't show up.
Hypocritical. He's the final symphony of death.
Uh-oh. Ugh.
Noisy. Crumble and dissipate. Disperse. Embrace your end in truth. Hypocritical. Crumble and dissipate. It ends here. Hypocritical being. He's the final symphony of death.
Ooh. Ugh. Whoa. Whoa.
Crumble and dissipate. crumble and dissipate. Embrace your end in truth. It ends here. He's the final symphony of death. My mind is in turmoil.
Oh, my HP is pretty low now.
Embrace your end in truth.
Wait, is Agent Zero immune to Matrix?
Crumble and dissipate.
Oh man,
It ends here.
that's gonna suck.
Noisy. He's the final symphony of death.
Oh, Celine's back. Oh, she's immune to Matrix now too.
Pointless resistance.
Ah!
Noisy.
Oh god.
Embrace your end in truth.
Uh-huh.
Pointless resistance. Silence. It ends here. He's the final symphony of death.
Oh my. This one is not well. What's happening? Ugh.
Am I still myself?
Oh man, there goes my life. My wanting to clear it with only one thing.
Noisy. Embrace your end in truth. It ends here. Pointless resistance. Silence.
Did I get ya?
Crumble and dissipate. Pointless resistance. Embrace your end in truth. Hypocrite. It ends here. He's the final symphony of death.
There we go. Huh? Wait. They both fell in? What does that mean? Their bodies are violently pulled through the gate, plunging into the space closest to the tower's core. The punishing from their bodies steadily corrupts the blue core, while the core, modified by Lee, absorbs that same destructive power. It starts with the clash of swords, but soon, heavy breaths join the metallic symphony. Heavy breaths turn to exhaustion and silence as their fists fly. The deeper they go into the tunnel, the weaker they become. In a blink, their power granted by the Ascension Network and punishing vanish, leaving only themselves. But how could Celine, a creature of the Ascension Network, ever master such crude physical combat. You... How? Despite being evenly matched, Celine is constantly on the defensive. She can't even finish a sentence before Luna interrupts her with a strike. The spike-lined corridor becomes Luna's weapon as she discards her powers, fighting with her own body. Finally, amid her own screams, Celine is violently pinned to the ground by Luna. So vile, impure, but... Celine's eyes widen, searching for answers. Her gaze flickers over Luna's face, finally settling on her eyes. Is it... hatred? Do you understand now? I was right. You... Celine's voice grows increasingly frantic, a mix of shock and joy, tinged with disbelief. But Luna's response quickly dampens Celine's excitement. Emotions are never simple or pure, nor are motives. Oh! Hi, Karen! How are you? Hi, Blue Moss! Thank you for the raid. You just came in as I just now finished the boss fight of this chapter. Hi, Osaf, hello! Thank you all for coming. I would introduce Kieran, but I think everybody knows who Kieran is. Thank you. You were playing, so I guess Tales of Grace's F got a new re-release, maybe? And you were playing that? I hope you had fun. You guys, this boss fight was crazy. Oh, hi, Kiro! Okay, so the remaster just came out today. I knew that it... Yeah, because you had said that. But... I mean, I don't know. I feel like I hadn't heard anything about a remaster coming out, but you had said that a release date was today. So I was like, well, it's gotta be that. But yeah, hi everybody. Thank you for coming. You've been streaming for a really long time, so if you need to take a break, that's totally okay. I'm not gonna be upset or anything. But I'd also, I'd welcome you if you wanted to stick around. Right now, I'm finishing the new story chapter for Punishing Grey Raven, Stars Ensnared. And I just finished up a pretty intense boss battle that I wanted to try and get through on a single health bar, and I didn't. It was a really interesting boss. Okay, so I'll get back to reading now. Discarding emotion doesn't make us better or wiser. No. You should know how despicable those survivors are. You should follow the Ascension Network's will. This is the only right path. Filtering is the future. Embrace it. You and Agent Zero have both lost your ways. Why won't you finish the job? What corrupted you? Why cling to this hopeless world? Attachment. Gripping the tunnel's spikes, she faces not just Celine, the countless dead behind her, and ultimately, past self. Aren't you just the same? Hating this world because there's something you cannot forsake. You... Before Celine can protest, Luna's blade slices through her. You'll... This... The future the Ascension Network has planned is inevitable. Yeah, take control. Return of the Queen! As the anomaly fades, Luna feels her power returning. Instead of letting her power surge wildly, Luna closes her eyes and carefully channels it, threading each strand with precision. Agent Zero? Luna's eyes snap open, sensing something's wrong. Defeating Celine has restored Luna's power, not just what she lost, but abilities she never knew she had. Yet, the corruption trait that should have emerged is nowhere to be. As Luna tries to use her power to find it, she turns, and a deluge of data, a storm of light and shadow, engulfs her. Countless futures flash before Luna's eyes, each one a fleeting image. She witnesses hope turn to despair, life to death, over and over. Every path leads to ruin, every ending incomplete. In a fleeting, eternal moment, Luna sees every possible future unfold before her. Will you change it? Celine's voice has turned back to noise, but her hushed whispers still echo in the air. Such determination you have, hell-bent on creating your own future. A mysterious power surges through her arms. The past was too painful. Start fresh, from a better beginning. The path ahead seems clear, as if all suffering would vanish the moment Luna raises her hand. Rewrite the past that still haunts you. Luna pauses, then she slowly raises her hand. Oh. What's she do? Now, I would continue, but there's a part of me that feels bad that everybody came in after the boss fight. So I do kind of want to at least like show what the boss is like, because it was a really cool one. I really liked this boss fight. So I'll just quickly do this. And who knows, maybe this time I can beat it in a single go. Probably not. This, my friends, is Celine.
Noisy. Crumble and dissipate. Disperse. Embrace your end in truth. Hypocritical beings. It ends here.
Come on.
He's the final symphony of death.
Ah! Oh no, I ran out of dodge.
Noisy.
Okay, I'm gonna... Ah! And those things are fast.
Crumble and dissipate. Noisy.
She's destroying me, you guys. Oh man.
Crumble and dissipate. Embrace your end in truth. Hypocritical beings. Mind is in turmoil. Pointless resistance. It ends here.
Phase 2! This phase transition is so good. Is that... It looks like it says Diana
He's the final symphony of death.
on like one of her wings. Actually, I don't know if this is a woman.
Noisy.
Oh! That never happened on my first go.
Crumble and dissipate.
Again?
Noisy. Crumble and dissipate. Embrace your end in truth. Hypocritical beings. Noisy. Am I?
Oh, there I go. I died, kinda.
He's the final symphony of death.
And then Celine comes back.
Crumble and dissipate.
But anyway,
Noisy.
I just wanted to show some of the boss fight, because I thought it was really cool. And I feel bad that people entered right after I finished it. Alright, the story is almost over. So after this, I'll end my stream. Glimpse. The mirror may reflect a vast starry sky, but it is still bound by the frame. Tap, tap. As Luna emerges from the tower, and the gentle sunlight blinds her, she squints and sees a blurry figure. You stand in silence. Just as Luna opens her mouth to speak, you raise a hand to silence her. Tap your earpiece. Luke Aurora, how's it going on your end? Has the agent emerged yet? Yes. We've detected signal disturbances outside. All readings are showing extreme fluctuations. Agent's privileges seem to be restored. Have you decided on our contingency plan?
I suggest continue our cooperation and see how things play out.
Luna chuckles softly. Words linger on her lips for a moment before she swallows them back, choosing a different response. I agree. Thank you. Decision-making is a key skill for a commandant. The tension eases. You remove the earpiece and turn it off. What's the status of the Inver Tower? I've only stabilized the core. The damage caused by Celine and 80 is permanent. Clean zone can't fully restore. Luna falls silent in thought. Then she looks up with a serious expression. There's one more thing. I'm unsure about Agent Zero's status. I see. Thank you for your honesty. I'm merely returning the favor. A knowing smile crosses Luna's face as she remembers something, gesturing at the earpiece. This cooperation has been productive. Your clean zone is secure, and I've achieved my goals. Though our positions differ, we'll inevitably face shared challenges. Consider today a precedent for future cooperation. When our interests align, you may still call on my assistance. But... Luna pauses, her tone hardening. I, and the Ascendants under my command, trust only Luke Aurora. What's wrong? Surprised by my attitude? Not surprising at all. I understand the significance of your action, but... But what? Your tone is off. Are you reading from a script? Perhaps I should rephrase. Our cooperation was unpleasant, and 2 died. The Grey Raven Commandant and Ascendant Roland. As the words fade, your eyes lock. After a long moment, you both look away, trying to hide the faint smiles playing on your lips. Regardless, I should thank you on behalf of the Clean Zone's residents. We both got what we wanted, and besides, no, I don't care about such things. Luna's face remains impassive, but the single wing at her back twitches slightly. When we meet again, don't fall behind. Words are carried away by a sudden, violent wind. The world comes back into focus, but she's vanished. The readings are stable, and external indicators are normal. I can now confirm that the punishing concentration in the clean zone stopped increasing and remains within a safe range. The Ascendant wasn't lying. What happens next isn't my concern. Calming the public and rebuilding the clean zone is someone else's job. Contact me only if you need technical assistance. Thank you very much, Asimov. Is the situation still bad with Gestalt? It's difficult to describe Gestalt's situation in such vague, subjective terms as good or bad. If you'd like, I have a newly finished written report, about 100 megabytes in size. For it to you now? No, thank you. I thought you'd at least take it, then ask questions. Well, whatever. You seem a bit on edge. Is something else bothering you? You could say that. The Ascendant's entry into the Inver Tower has made many people nervous. Some projects are in the pipeline. Others are being revived. But All of them demand my immediate attention. While I usually find their ideas and goals completely worthless, they'd raise a valid point this time. They want. Need a frame that can freely access the inver heterotype, like Lucia. Know how I feel about this. Exactly because I know. Asimov sighs heavily in the video feed, an unusual display of emotion. Let's leave it at that for now. I'll be in touch. Asimov's image fades from the screen, but his words echo in the air. Accessing the inver hetero tower, huh? Gazing up at the towering structure in the distance, pull a chip from your pocket. Any place holds answers about the inver hetero tower. It must be here. You slip the chip into the terminal. A wave of dizziness washes over you, as your vision is once again engulfed by a torrent of data. It's today's date. A familiar voice rings out, different from their first encounter. Less emotional, more distant. This is what's left of that invitation. After the offer from Dominic was rejected, Phantom in the data space vanished completely. All that's left is a standard Q&A protocol and a hidden black box of information at the system's very end. Status of the hetero tower? While no answer is strictly necessary to proceed, these parameter-like questions naturally lead one to follow their logical sequence. Status of contamination memetics? Status of Babylonia? As the questions conclude, a new interface appears on the screen. Please enter preset password. Incorrect password. The interface resets. The cold input field stands like an impenetrable fortress, guarding secrets and truths. The abyss, tantalizingly close, yet out of reach. The relevant parties want to leave a mark on the area. Their top pick. What are you planning? Keep an eye on it. Are closer than you. Having learned about Vonnegut's statement, Asimov secretly recruited several cryptography experts, compartmentalizing the information sources for having them analyze the potential objects and data separately. From forum accounts and terminal password to student IDs and file information, password experts have explored countless possibilities, but every guess has been a dead end. As you sift through various possibilities, finally settle on a sequence of numbers you know immediately. 931206. Incorrect password. The error message is unsurprising. These numbers were your personal secret. Could they possibly relate to Dominic? Even if they were discovered in the file, they'd never be the password here. Your vision returns to normal as you close the chip program. Return to the terminal to package and back up the clean zone statistical data for the next department. Unexpected message pops up. Multiple password verification attempts and changes have been detected on your account in a short period. Due to potential security breach, please reset your password. You watch the password experts begin another round. To assist them, you have to reset all your passwords after sharing them. Standard security protocol. To meet password requirements, your new password must include at least 3 of the following: uppercase letters, lowercase letters, numbers, and special characters. Password requirements for my work are even more complex than the black box password of Dominic. That's... As you mutter to yourself, your fingers hutter over the keyboard. A strange thought forms in your mind. The password requirements for my work account are even more complex than the black box password of Dominic. Even if the black box password is complex, just be numbers. Dominic's hint is genuine. It really does have something to do with you. Six 9310B 1206? No. Sudden, overwhelming impulse compels you to reinsert the chip, bypassing the initial prompts. 231206. Password correct. Access granted. As this different response echoes, blinding light fills your... Meanwhile, Anna walks down a dark, dilapidated road toward her empty childhood home. Dawn is approaching. Luna gazes at the dusty floor and closes her eyes. That day, beyond the gate of the Inver Hetero Tower, she stepped into an ethereal tunnel, bathed in starlight. Celine's plan, Luna was to be her key, means to fully return to the past. But now, with Luna emerging victorious, no such key will ever appear. Having inherited everything from Celine, Luna now understands the true meaning of entering the tunnel. Unlike humans with their unique frames, she lacks the ability to send messages to her past self. Yet she steps forward, compelled by feelings she cannot ignore. Is this an attempt to alter her tragic past? No. During her extensive exploration, Luna had already witnessed the consequences of reckless time manipulation, countless simulations shown by Celine. Even if she hadn't given up their winter supplies, Luna and her sister would still have been attacked that winter. Besides, had she not begun a construct in Lucia's place, it would have remained a burden to her sister, destined to perish in the depths of winter, as snow fell endlessly. Even if she were to venture deeper into the tunnel, back to the days shortly after the punishing outbreak to save her family, they still wouldn't qualify for the Great Evacuation. Truly change. No matter how many failed futures Celine showed her, or how she urged Luna to change the past, had but one goal: to drive Luna into despair, futile attempts. And then, to make her walk that hate-filled path once more. Dim moonlight blankets the deserted street. Returns to the same place as the present, her body stripped bare, arriving on the 16th day after the punishing outbreak. This brief journey isn't to change the past, to see someone she hasn't seen in a very long time. Many townspeople have already fled, having heard news from afar. Others remain behind closed doors, gripped with... All the better. Only the moon witnesses her arrival. Gazing out the pitch-black window, expression shifts between joy and sorrow. It's late, and her mother is at home. By the time the consequences of her unauthorized intrusion catch up with her, she may not even have a chance to see her mother. To gaze at her from afar, separated, surmountable distance. Even a glimpse from afar would be enough. Small comfort she allows herself. Longs to see that figure after such a long separation, then to fade from her memory. Suddenly, a light softly illuminates the house. Luna glimpses a silhouette rising from the window. After, the hallway light flickers on. Luna watches the figure pause in front of what was once her room. The figure raises a hand, lowers it, and repeats this several times before finally resting it gently on the door. Takes a deep, voluntary breath. Emotions aren't data. They have no off switch, way to be blocked out. Time to go, tells herself. As she rises to leave, the phone booth shudders. Receiver clatters to the floor. Each soft tone seems both a plea and a question. A hand reaches out to lift the receiver, but hesitates. Luna finally steps into the phone booth and, after a moment's hesitation, dials a number that should go unanswered. Hello? Who's speaking? Hello? Hello. Luna forces the word out awkwardly, like a child learning to speak. The other end of the line falls silent. As jumbled thoughts swirl in her mind, Luna moves to hang up, but a voice from the other end stops her. I ask who this is. Luna slowly brings the microphone to her ear. Luna's friend. Luna? Oh, she's asleep. Would you like me to wake her? Or is there something else I can help you? The voice on the other end sounds weary, but more than that, concerned. The chaos outside. Vacations being down for days. Didn't know the lines were working again until your call. And your family safe. They're doing well now. I'm okay too. Through the phone booth's glass, she watches the distant figure standing vigil in the night, waiting for her daughter. It's late. Still up? Yes. Lucia and her dad haven't come back from their walk yet. Waiting for them. How about you? Why are you still awake? Any longer. Run away now. This place will fall too. Desperately wants to warn her, but knowing the danger of altering the past, only remain silent. Family hasn't back either. Oh, I'm waiting for them. Company for a while. The figure inside the cottage rises and moves to the window. Of course. Remind me so much of Luna. Does the same thing. Always asking me to talk to her when she can't sleep. Yeah. She does. The conversation starts, it flows naturally. Talk across a vast distance, their tone shifting from awkward to comfortable. Carefully avoids mentioning her identity, passage of time, or anything too personal, keeping their conversation light. Till her voice starts to weaken. This is the price of not having the key. What's wrong, dear? It's nothing. I'm just getting tired. I should get some rest.
Sticking to a regular sleep schedule will help you feel less tired. What's wrong? Oh, orchid blooming snow. Oh, I completely forgot to bring the pots inside. With everything that's been happening lately, it's been a real mess. Voice trails off as her vision blurs. Then, good night. Night. Get some rest. Gentle voice on the other end of the line fades away. Closes her eyes. Everything around her dissolves into darkness. Luna. Luna blinks, emerging from her hazy memories. Alpha is standing beside her. Dawn has already broken. Are you okay? She doesn't answer, steps closer. Are the events behind that gate still unclear to you? It's always been fuzzy. Like a dream. Like vision. Bred from the punishing virus. I'm certain it happened. Following the girl's gaze, Alpha spots a snow orchid. Snow orchid seedling swaying amidst the ruins. A snow orchid. Searched everywhere to find it here at home. That's why I've been thinking. There must be places the punishing hasn't touched. Variables the Ascension Network's calculations haven't considered. Mirror may reflect a vast starry sky, but it is still bound by the frame. I won't let you leave, nor allow the Ascension Network's calculations to become reality. We'll surely find something we can still change. Constraint. If we ever work together again, it'll be my turn to put the shackles on you. I promise. Luna's condition is worse than anticipated. The search for Cradle, her exhaustion triggered a severe mind fluctuation. With no other options, you must perform a premature mind connection, a rehearsal for the upcoming Red Tide confrontation. Coarse sand scratches your ankles as thick clouds blot out the sky, casting the world in shadow. The wind howls in from the sea, stinging your face. The air carries not the familiar saltiness of the ocean, but something else. An inexplicable, unsettling scent. Dark sea churns violently, sending wave after wave crashing toward you. As the waves surge, an unseen force seems to stifle you, draining your power. But even weakened, the aftershocks slamming into the island's cliffs still dislodge rocks that plunge into the sea. Bend down and touch the seawater with your fingers. Excruciating pain sears through skin and bone, tearing through flesh as it penetrates deeper. Looking toward the distant island, stands untouched by the murky waters below. Partly because the tide isn't raging yet, partly because twisted steel beams rise from the tide, forming a dense grid that lifts the island back the sea. Disconnecting from the network itself. That's what it means. As the words fade, thunder cracks through dark clouds and waves rise. You should focus on stabilizing her mind first. Your energy fills your hands as the ground beneath you softens.
The power of order and stability begins to transform this small corner of existence. As you step onto the island, a manifestation of Luna's consciousness, your power purifies the seawater clinging to your body, causing it to evaporate. There, at the center of the island, a familiar building appeared. This was once Luna's home. Entering and completing the remaining steps would stabilize her mind. But footsteps halt in the sand. Did the cooperation really go this far? Non-aggression pact is just Luna's verbal promise, one-sided and unenforceable. Trusting one's fate to another is a foolish endeavor. After the anomaly at the Inver Hetero Tower, Luna and her allies can now draw your attention with feint attacks on the medical center, proof that the Clean Zone can no longer defend itself from the Ascendants. The punishing virus has reached the tower's doorstep, and it's burrowing deep within. Cradle unleashes another red tide attack. If Luna desires, this is over. Grey Raven and the Clean Zone will be in trouble. To guarantee Luna's compliance with the future cooperation treaty. Lost in thought, continue toward the building. Something must be done. Approaching the building, the iron gate groans again. Luna's words from earlier still ring in your ear. Grey Raven Commandant, I need your mind linked to mine. When I make contact with the red tide, I'll need your help, my mind stable. I won't harm you or the Grey Raven. Why trust me? You'll find out soon enough. It's any harder than it already is. With renewed determination, push open the iron door without hesitation. Focus your mind. Step inside. This Luna's mind? It's like her home? Memory space outside is unstable. The stage will fail if you continue going forward. No, not gonna do that. Let's play hide and seek. Can you find me? Which side is the dream? There's a bark at the door. I want to ride on it and explore the sea. Television. Oh. Yeah, okay. Empty inside. Perhaps we can find something over there? Would it be on the dream side? Or on the reality side? Now switch between dream and reality. There seems to be something at the bottom of the bark. This is the key to the small room upstairs. I have obtained the bedroom key. Upstairs? Sure. Did the room get bigger? Or did I become smaller? Strange mist has blocked the path ahead. Random things are placed on the hallway storage. An ordinary painting. It's the key to the large room. Master bedroom key. Bedroom key. Hopscotch. I remember this game. It's fun. You can play? Where's Froggy? There's Froggy. A fluffy froggy. Adorable. A key is left on the desk. I have obtained the bedroom key. Is it a key to a different bedroom? I already had a bedroom key. Or is it the other bedroom? Oh. There's something different about it? A creepy froggy. It gives an eerie feeling. Oh, creepy froggy. The spot where the desk used to be is now completely empty. Hmm. The master bedroom key. Piano. It works. A door. A bathroom. Why did I need to come in here? Oh. I'm little. Maybe that means that maybe I'm like Kid Luna right now or something. A mirror. Seemingly transported somewhere. A mirror. I was transported again. Go through this obstacle. Wow, that was so cool. Or no. Wow, that was so cool. A damaged grand piano. The dream side or on the reality side? Old yet elegant grand piano. This one also works. Door is open. Time to get out. See. The Red Tower. The Purple Forest. Bad guy's home. The collapsed house. Flowers in the book. Found me. Girl's memories flash before your eyes, quick but crystal clear. As your mind settles, you see Luna sitting before you, her eyes bright. I never expected you to go this far. Even knowing your friendly nature, didn't think you'd offer such through assistance. After all, an agent with an overly safe mind would be no good to Grey Raven. Unstable mind will only make you more unpredictable. Besides, you're the one who said to trust me. It's precisely because I trust you that I've come to this conclusion. Grey Raven Commandant may be willing to risk death, but Luke Aurora would never presume to make decisions for the squad or the people of the Clean Zone. As she speaks, Luna stands, her brow furrowing. She can sense it. Something new has emerged, not just in this room. No, not just on this island, but within her entire mind. Is this your contingency? Some kind of mental shackle? Acting within the mind is always easier than in the physical world. Surprisingly, Luna shows no anger, nor does she propose any countermeasures that would lead to a cycle of mutual restrictions. Instead, she breaks into a smile. Confident in yourself to handle this? No. Just feeling a bit pleased. Luna places her finger under your chin, her fingertips sliding down as if toying with an invisible shackle. This means my understanding of you is accurate, without flaw. Which also means Luna's fingertips trace your neck, hovering over your vital point. My trust isn't misplaced. Your willingness to do this for those you can proves that when we fight side by side, you'll show me the same consideration. That's good. Many face me with weapons drawn, you with their back turned. If I'm right, without further commands, this shackle will gradually dissolve towards the island. Cooperation should look like cooperation. Thought of everything, haven't you? Luna walks away, posture relaxed as she heads toward the seemingly calm mind. I will honor our agreement. It feels good to move forward, Duke Aurora. Luna turns around, a faint smile playing on her lips. If we ever work together again, it'll be my turn to put a shackle on you. I promise. Oh, so there are achievements I missed. Okay. I'll come back to those. In any case, I'm done. Done with the story chapter. That was interesting. It was pretty tense throughout most of it. I had a fun time. And the stuff with Luna at the end was pretty sad. Well, anyway, that'll be it from me. At least for today. So, doesn't look like anybody I know is still streaming, so I can't raid anybody. So instead, I'll just say goodnight here. And good night, everybody. Thank you for coming with me. I had a really fun time. Thanks again to Kieran for the raid. And I hope everyone has a nice day tomorrow, a really nice weekend. And I'll see you next time. Another story chapter is coming out next week, so I'll be doing that too. Bye-bye. See everybody later.